Oh, thank goodness he was getting clingy. Well,
it's like, oh no.
That's clingy for Elijah.
Oh God.
I know what I made my character.
Just slapped.
Yeah. Well, at that time. Thank you. Yes, I was going to enjoy my cider.
Nice. Where'd you get that from again?
Been in bargains.
Nice.
Is there any bottle on the shelf?
Mm.
Which is a little spooky.
I thought there was a fair few actually.
Mm.
Yeah, they're just a bit further back.
Well, no, they're on a low down shelf and I can no longer bend.
True.
Have you got a drink, Duds?
So yeah, so I haven't now. I've finished my coffee.
I was going to ask, is 5 o'clock, 4, 5, 6 o'clock okay for you guys tomorrow?
Oh hell yeah. You want to get here sooner than that, that's fine.
Yeah. I wish we could, but Chris doesn't get out until 4, and then we've got to hit straight to the motor between 4 and 6, the rush hour begins.
Absolutely. Literally, the only thing we've got planned tomorrow is we've got to go see the lawyer in the morning to sign this paperwork that the lawyer that had a brain tumour didn't do properly because he had a brain tumour.
Oh, when I called them to book the meeting with the senior guy, he said,
Yes,
"Okay,
that's one of those that you have to laugh, but it's a tragic laugh.
This is like,
Did you hear that, Nick?
No, I didn't quite hear that. Sorry, Jenny. It was very muffled.
Sorry.
All right, I'll repeat. So when Jenny called to book the appointment yesterday, because we're going tomorrow to get it done,
Yeah.
the lawyer on the other end said, right, yeah, not a problem. You can come at 10 o'clock on Friday, no problem. And just so I know, which one are you?
Which,
It's concerning.
That is.
screw up.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a bad connection.
No.
No, he understood I was a woman and everything. He didn't understand which one of the many people she'd screwed over I was.
Oh. No, I'm sorry. From the way that Cal said that, when he said, "Which one are you?" Was he talk? I thought he was confused whether or not he was talking to Cal or to Jenny.
No. He was asking which person did the lawyer make a mistake on? Were we?
Right. Okay. Makes sense now.
Yes. All right. Just with Nick and Chris holding on, shall we do your two's level up before we start?
Oh, sure.
Wait, there's level ups?
Yeah. I was going to do the level up at the end of last session, but we were all knackered after all that. So I thought I'd do the start of this session very quickly.
Okay, yeah.
So Dudley, can I presume that you're staying with your Raider subclass?
Yeah, pretty much.
You don't want to diversify into Rogue or anything?
I think I'm all right with how I am, to be honest.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, no, make me Paladin.
Yeah, not a fucking chance.
Oh.
You're not lawful good. You have not dedicated yourself to a god, and you don't have a charisma stat of 17 or higher.
Oh.
And nothing Roboto does could be considered holy.
At this point. I mean, if you want to dedicate yourself to Sharess.
How about I just become my own god, and then if people worship me, and then I get deific status?
Ascendancy is always an option. I mean, happen to Fenris.
Yeah. Hey, maybe that's the route I should take.
Okay, but if you're going continued Raider, you go up to level 13 in that subclass.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Can I borrow the rubber, please, Jenny?
There's a tub of them there.
Oh, thank you.
That look painful.
Are you all right?
Yeah, fine. I was just like, oh, shit, chair. I think I hurt the chair more than me.
All right, it's a D4 plus my con mod.
The number of D4 plus your con mod that you will go up in levels. So Dudley, you're going up by 2 levels to level 13.
Yeah.
So your dice are a D10 hit die, and because of your specific subclass, you double your Constitution modifier, as I recall.
Jesus.
You've been doing this for every level up so far.
So that'll be that plus.
What's your con hit point adjustment?
Oh, hit point adjustment. It's actually 0.
What?
Or is it hit adjustment? Wrong one. Sorry. Hit
You're looking
plus
at
2.
adjustment.
Plus 2.
Okay, so you're going up by 2d10 plus 8
Nice.
hit points.
2d10 plus 8.
Jenny, am I presuming that you are staying with Wizard?
I am.
Okay, you will be level 18.
18? Bloody hell, that's a jump.
15 to 18, yeah.
Yeah.
So you'll be going up. What's your Constitution hit point adjustment?
I believe it's +2.
Okay, so you'll be going up by 3d4 plus 9. And then we'll need to do 20 as well.
3d4 plus 9. Come on, big money. Hey, there's 2 4s.
Hey!
8,
What's the other
9, 10. There's 10 on the dice. So
Yep, that's
that's
fine. So that's
19. You said +9, didn't you?
No, sorry. Yours is a +2 adjustment?
Yeah.
You got by 3 +6. So 16 hit points.
16 hit points.
Hey, still nothing to sneeze at.
No, I might have actually broken 100 at that.
And then have you got Tybalt's new? No, it's not Tybalt's. 20's new character sheet.
I have. It's here.
I mean, do you want me to do his or?
Yeah, I'm happy enough for you to do his.
Yeah, he's gone up by 2.
Nice.
I broke 100 hit points.
Hey!
Welcome to the 100 Club.
Okay, Nick.
Do Chris first, please.
Chris first.
Yeah,
Hello.
Hello.
I just broke 100
How are
hit
you?
points.
We're good.
yay!
Come on.
I have 104 lovely hit points now. Yay! How are you?
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm fine. Actually, really good week so far at work. Been going
Brilliant.
great.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me close this door
No worries.
so you can actually hear. Something happened that took me completely by surprise today. Work was so funny.
Yeah.
We have a student in year 11. He is autistic, but he's very quiet and recluse. He would never really speak out much of anything. But he gets on with his work. He's a great lad. Love working with him. But today in English, they were studying war poetry.
Mhm.
Is that Old Rosie?
Yes.
I thought that, right.
I thought they'd stopped making it.
No.
Oh, yeah, be along in a minute.
Book.
Yeah, so they were studying war poetry, and there was this poem about the guy who had PTSD from the time that him and a couple of his whoever was in his troop shot a looter that was running away.
Yeah.
And how it got onto a bit talking about how he was picked up and casually dumped into the back of a truck to be carried away. And the teacher says, so it's almost like saying this man is being treated like rubbish, like he's an inanimate object. And this kid just went, well, he's an inanimate object now. And I just went,
Whoa.
like, it's not just what was said, it's that he said it.
Yeah.
You have to. That's one of those moments where you have to let out some sort of noise or your organs will escape.
My jaw was down. Every other student could see this. That kid didn't lift his head, and even the teacher was like, was that him?
Yes.
Oh, God.
All right, Chris.
Yes.
Just so you know, before we start the session, we're just doing level ups.
Yes, I could hear from in there. Although that our compressor can be a bit noisy, it's still easy to
That's good at least.
hear things over. So I was able to hear that, Jenny, you've leveled up, Dudley's leveled up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just doing my spells.
So my question is, are you going to stick with paladin levels, or do you want to diverse into something else?
I'm definitely going to stick with Paladin. I don't want to be taking on a fourth thing here.
First edition.
I tried to go on Paladin, but they wouldn't let me.
Assassin, Paladin.
Yeah.
Assassin's gonna have to level up from the.
Okay, so you will go up to paladin level 11, so you gain 2 levels in paladin.
Right, let me just get something to write this down with.
What is your constitution booster?
1.
Okay, so your hit points are going to go up by 2d10 plus 2 then.
Okay.
But you said that I can have one spell from each level that I learn each time I level, right?
You gain 2 spells of a level each time you gain a new spell slot,
Right.
which weirdly is actually the same in 5th edition.
So sorry, repeat that. It's one spell,
2 spells
2 spells per.
for every new spell slot you gain.
Okay.
So
Hit points 2d10 plus 2.
yeah,
Was that sorry?
re-roll if below 6.
Okay, let's go. I don't need to. That's a 10 and a 6.
Nice.
Nice.
So
That's
hit points
18.
18. Nice.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That takes me up to 208.
Nice.
I think I'm still second lowest though.
What's Romato's?
244.
Yeah.
Anyone got any traps they want me to test to see if they're going to hurt?
Oh, most of my combats have been made trivial by just the sheer amount of hit points that Roboto possesses.
Do a Louisa and drop a house on him.
True.
Uh-oh, don't tempt him. He's already dropped a dwarf on Lenny before.
And on Roboto.
Oh, yeah.
He's been eating that one.
True.
I mean, how many dwarves did fall on everybody in that brawl with the blue veins?
Is it still a fall if it's a dwarf performing a pile driver from the 3rd story?
It only counts as one.
Yeah.
More of a violent hug from a high place.
I used to love doing that in Spider-Man 2, the video game, where you'd web someone up, grab them over the shoulder, run up to the top of a building, and then do a spinning pile driver onto the asphalt.
Oh, nice.
I just love the meme that's come out of that game where you jump after the girl and you mistime the quick time event and hit the ground. She just goes, "I'm going to die." The whole place blows up.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That is funny. That was a good game for comedy.
Do you know what was one of my favorite boss fights in that entire Spider-Man 2 game?
Go on.
Mysterio.
Yes.
He turns around and faces you and he gets this big massive health bar all the way across the top of the screen. And then you hit him once and he goes down. That's it.
Yeah.
Because he's just a special effects dude.
He's just an illusion.
Just an illusionist.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, that's cool. You just think, oh shit, so Dark Souls music plays in.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, I think
I'm rolling white dice today.
Oh, yay. Have you've started getting spell slots, haven't you, at this point?
Yes, I gain. Let's see, I gain a spell slot per level, don't I, of Paladin?
So it should
Isn't it?
stay in the player's handbook.
Okay. If Nick will sort that out for me.
I'll grab it for you. I'll nix away. Just one sec.
Oh, I love the
I fell
screen
for-
there. Oh, what? No, I won't.
Fuck you. Ranger Paladin.
I'm so young to die.
Are people nominating people on now?
Level.
Others say it's too young to then.
Okay, so you have 2 level 1 spell slots and 1 level 2 spell slot.
Ooh.
I find out again, Bex is going to send me back as a wolf and sit in a doghouse.
And what's your wisdom modifier?
0.
0. Okay. What's your intelligence? No spells then.
What's my what, sorry?
What's your intelligence?
Again, 0. It's,
So 10.
yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, it's 10. Right. Spell slots then, I get a couple more. Or at least I haven't written any more on top of the one I have. So I'll need Nick's help to pick some out.
Wisdom. Intelligence. Here we go. Okay, as an intelligence of 10, you can have between 5 and 7 spells from the cleric spell list.
Okay.
Whereas Saladin, I believe, is intelligence 18.
She is.
So she can prepare between 9 and 18 spells per day.
Ooh.
But that is chosen from her entire spell list. If a character does manage to attain an intelligence level of 19, they can prepare all their spells.
Nice.
Just your spell book prepared. But there isn't really a way to do that in first edition, so I don't know why they included it.
Maybe just say GM's discretion thing, possibly.
Possibly. Okay, so we'll just wait for Nick, and we'll do Nick's level up, and we're good to go.
Yeah. I'm just sorting out my spells. I get to learn some new ones.
No.
Right.
And where's he going to be walking around Derby in a nuddy?
Please don't. Okay, so I have 2 level 8 spells then.
Right, Nick.
Yep.
Can I assume that Zed was staying as a cleric?
Yeah, I told you I'm a. Oh God, no, I don't want to say those words out loud again because it makes you sound like a racist.
Go on.
What? That I'm a class purist.
Okay, in which case, Zed is taking the biggest jump of the party up to level 21.
Level 21. What? He's jumping 5 levels?
Yep. I did the check. You were right at the cusp of your next level up, and then just the amount that you got just carried you through.
Level 20, bloody hell.
So what's your constitution is now at max, I believe, yeah?
Constitution's at 18. Sorry,
Should be 18?
18, yeah.
Yeah. Which means your hit points will go up by 5d8.
5d8. Ay, vey.
Right, start.
8. You didn't just put that in, did you, Chris?
Is that the last one?
That's for Richard.
Is that the last one?
Yes.
Fuck. Right.
Right. So you go up by 5d8 plus 10.
Okay, 8. Am I re-rolling any or just?
Re-roll any that are below 5.
Okay, 8, 5.
Yeah, I'm taking that because that is a very, very good one for what we're about to go into. How does spell immunity sound?
Oh.
Ooh.
It's only on certain spells, but they're ones that there's a reasonable chance that won't affect us. So.
That'll definitely come in handy at some point.
Okay, gets fed. So that's plus how many? Sorry.
5d8 plus 10.
166.
Appropriate.
HP, yep.
Appropriate. The paladin has the second highest, the fighter has the highest, the cleric has the third highest, and the wizard has the lowest. Oh, Tybalt's hit points now are 113, by the way.
Thank you.
Because obviously he got a level up as well, as did 20.
Yep. 20 big hulking out there.
Yeah. And Tybalt's now massive hulking winter wolf. Oh, that. Oh, Nick, that does also mean that Tibbles has a breath weapon he can use once per combat.
Oh, I know. He's got the ice breath.
Yeah, so it's a 30-foot
It
cone,
just-
66 cold
Richard
damage.
just has to cook his own rice when he gets back. Or even after he. Oh, I don't know when he's going to get back.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want him to be coming in exhausted and That's my fault.
Chris is just going to step out for a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We've got plenty of time, so
Oh, Dios mío.
we'll just chill out for a little bit.
Honestly, this is going to take me a while anyway, because
You need to pick spells.
I've narrowed it down to one of two, but I don't know which.
Thank you for all of your backstories as well, by the way.
Oh, no worries.
No problem. Couldn't resist on adding in that bugbear after you mentioned it, so
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing what you do with mine.
okay. Do I pick a spell that means I basically can't be affected by any kind of scrying or domination type spells? And I think it's
You're making
I think
dinner
of
over
the
the
only,
dark.
oh no, I can do it on other people,
It is my fault.
I think.
Right, it happens.
Yeah.
Yep. So I've got so Jenny, I've actually got your dossier is ready,
Oh yay!
but I'm gonna see if I can try and get Cal's done tonight, and I'm going to work on Dudley's when I got a free point either tomorrow or maybe if I get a small moment on the weekend if Strahd ends quickly. But I want to try and get all of yours out by this weekend if I can.
Oh, yay.
So I know you've been waiting for them.
Reading materials, yay! Are we on a weird angle again on the camera?
A little bit, but I kind of like it.
Okay. But yay, the dossiers, yay.
Ooh.
We get to find out about the world and what we know.
Mm.
Oh, I think I've already got something that does that spell, so that's no use. I can't decide whether to take mind blank or polymorph any object.
Just remember polymorph has a system shock.
Oh yeah, but this would be an offensive polymorph.
Yeah, we're trying to cast it on someone.
It's any object, so
Ah.
not people.
So it's object.
Please don't tell me you're going to try and make Pickle Richter.
Oh, Rick! I'm not particularly keen on pickles, though at the moment I do feel the need to scream.
Oh, Jesus.
Ah! That seems appropriate.
Mhm.
Rick the screaming.
Ah.
Oh, jeez, Richter.
Hey, to be fair, when I was actually thinking about what to play, the other character I was considering was actually running up a paladin again for Nick's game.
Yeah.
Yeah, not Richter is having another go at paladin, but I kind of like they've got a very dex-heavy party.
Yeah, I think it's going to work out really well.
I believe you told me that maze was off the table altogether because it's too complicated of a spell.
No, Maze is on the table.
Okay. Oh, cool. Minotaurs are immune to it.
Yeah.
Nice.
We know to find our way out into the center with no problems because we find all the adventurers that are lost.
Hit. Oh, have you seen the updates for the races for Mordekainen's new book, by the way?
No, I haven't.
I was looking through it because, you know,
Oh,
I really like character creation. They finally fixed the Genasi.
What was their issue?
That fire and water Genasi were too powerful in comparison to air and earth. Like air and earth Genasi didn't get anywhere near as much as fire and water. So now all Genasi have an elemental immunity. They have a couple of spells that they get as they level up. So
does that mean Air Genasi are now immune to thunder or something?
lightning. Well, they're resistant to lightning.
But didn't you play that on Solidja anyway?
No, he's not got any kind of resistance or anything. No, he's scared of lightning, but that's because he kind of embodies more thunder. Air Genasi also get an increased movement speed because all the Genasi now get a mobility feature. So Air Genasi have a 35 feet movement speed, whereas Earth Genasi can't be affected by difficult terrain. Fire Genasi, I don't know what their thing is for movement. Oh, they get more spells. And Water Genasi have a swimming speed equal to their walking speed. Yeah. Cool, so I like Genasi.
You said that you like the changeling I made.
Yeah, I quite like that changeling, yeah.
Oh, he's built a changeling.
I wasn't going to tell you guys that, but he just outed himself.
We still won't know which one's
Yeah,
the
no,
changeling.
that's just one. That's one of the potential characters I'm going to use. But I made 6, so I've got a good choice.
Oh yeah, it's going to be hilarious. But you guys are all going to play like, because like you two definitely, because you guys have built 3 characters, so you two are going to double up on 2 of the one shots. Nick has to play a different character for every one shot.
Depends. I might decide to bring in Bahrain.
Oh, you did like Brian Bloodhorn.
Bahrain Bloodhorn, the Minotaur, and Echo Knight. He has a known girlfriend in a cage.
Oh yeah.
You went.
They have some more serious characters though.
I don't have to have the known girlfriend in a cage.
Weirdly, that was not the less serious part.
So you guys wait until I bring, because I'm resurrecting Bredicus, son of
So
Aphrodite.
I'm weirdly amazed you didn't have him be an Asimar.
Oh please, no! He's a human with a big ego.
Even better.
So I'm not going to give him a god. He's already got a god complex. I'm not going to make him half god.
Well, half angel.
And let's face it, Zap is not an angel.
No. I wouldn't say you couldn't be a scourge Asimar, you know, the ones who are literally radioactive.
No, if I was doing that, I'd probably make a Homer Simpson.
Oh god, that'd be amazing. I love the scourge Asimar thing because they hurt themselves with their own radiant necrotic energy. Because it's literally emanating from within and burning their outer body. Oh.
And it basically hits anything that's kind of within their range.
I know for a one-shot that if you run another one-shot at some point, Nick, I've got 3 characters I can't decide on. And it's Eldod, Herr Ketzler, or resurrecting a Drow barbarian I played that I really liked. Morton.
We'll have to see, won't we? Because I mean, we're going to run one-shots as well on the in-between. Because I may run the Tomb of Horrors.
Oh, that could be fun.
Ooh.
Just while you get all your stuff for the homebrew ready.
So I could do that on the in-between. You'd have to level up. I think you'd have to level up to. I think it's level 15 to run the Tomb of
I
Horrors.
can do that. Sorry, I like high-level games.
Because you cannot rest in the Tomb of Horrors. Basically, you've got to choose very carefully what you have to do.
Shit.
Do I go for straight up damaging spell, or do I go for something that could really screw someone over? But only because it's an effect on them. I'm between Meteor Storm or Time Stop.
Both are classic wizard spells.
Yeah.
What does Time Stop do in first edition?
Time Stop,
Because in 5th edition, you stop time for yourself so you can take like 5 actions in a row.
Upon casting a Time Stop spell, the magic user causes the flow of time to stop in the area of effect. And outside this area, the sphere simply seems to shimmer for an instant. During the period of the spell duration, the magic user can move and act freely within the area where time is stopped, but all of the creatures there are frozen in their action, so they're literally between ticks of the time clock. And the spell duration is subjective to caster. No creature can enter the area of effect without being stopped in time also. And if magic user leaves it, he or she negates the spell. And then when the time is over, time
Yeah. So
reinstates.
basically, it gives you a series of turns.
Hmm.
To be honest, it's like the thing that stopped Fenris.
Yeah.
And then Meteor Storm is just, well, fuck you and everyone in a 30-foot square.
Yes, you literally do a Prince of Egypt and bring the fire down.
Weird one. First edition, you shoot the meteors from your hand.
Yeah. Just straight in. Either
They say
4 spheres of 2 foot diameter or 8 spheres of 1 foot diameter spring from the outstretched hand of the magic user.
Shotgun fireball.
Screw it, I kind of want that.
Yeah.
Just when you stand on top of a hill and go, you are doomed. There's fire and rain, fire and hell down
To
there.
be honest, if you get any high level spell slots, you can always like grab both. Or fuck it, if you find somewhere of a decent enough, I might let you have it. I'll let you have the other one.
That's all right. Do a time stop would just be give me a bit of breathing space one, but to be honest, Meteor Storm's probably a better one.
Mm.
I just keep thinking, is Elder do first fireball? Like, you call out a fireball? This is a fireball.
Woo! I get 3 level 7 spell. Oh wait, no, that's wrong table.
Well, that druids.
No, magic is 21. I get 2 level 7s a day now. Woo!
Yay.
Oh, he's back.
Oh,
Back.
oh do
You
I
okay?
Here? Or there's one other one here. Imprisonment.
What does that one do?
Thank you for doing that.
When it's cast and the victim is touched, the recipient is entombed in a state of suspended animation in a small sphere far below the surface of the earth and remains there unless the reverse of the spell with the creature's name and background is cast. Otherwise, they're just imprisoned forever.
Shit. That's kind of dark.
9th level spells, man. I mean, power word kill is here as well, but
Oh yeah, I mean, 9th level spells, you are literally talking.
That's a double-edged sword, that spell.
Is it? Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
isn't it? I mean, if you don't kill with the spell, it backflashes.
Yeah, in 5th edition.
Ooh.
not in 1st edition it doesn't.
Hmm.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
I can also make it target multiple creatures if I want. It says
What?
right here.
Jesus.
The option to attack a single creature or multiple creatures must be stated along with the spell range and the area of effect center.
So in 1st edition, power word kill is an AoE spell.
Yes.
Nick, are you hearing this shit?
How
Yeah. Damn you, Gygax.
if you're going to die today, all of you.
What's the AoE?
It says, is it 2 feet down? What's 2 with the 2 little
So
dashes?
2 squares, so
2 squared.
10 feet.
Yeah. So it's only 10 feet, but
Is that by per level?
no, it just says 2 feet diameter. But it can be ranged as well, so
So you talk about hitting about 4 enemies.
yeah, 4 if they've grouped up.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing, yeah, you're just speaking it out loud and anything within melee range just falls down dead.
That makes sense.
It's like Derry Girls.
No.
The party when she says, when the mother gets angry and she accidentally causes the woman to have an aneurysm.
Wow.
And everyone starts calling her a witch. I hear a witch now.
Cool way to cast a spell. Just point your finger and just be like, bam, bam, bam.
Die.
Ah, yes, the witch gun.
Oh yeah, I've got that as well.
I keep telling you, adding up two-digit numbers is not witchcraft. 31 plus 44, 75. Witch.
Okay, I'm now between imprisonment and meteor storm, and the only reason is because imprisonment. Wouldn't that be amazing to do on one of Asim Locke's parents? Because strictly speaking, we probably can't kill them. Well, we might be able to kill her because she's a human, question mark.
She's a human that's been gifted immortality.
Exactly. If they're immortal anyway,
Mm.
surely the best move is to imprison instead.
Mm.
I mean, think of it from the sense of the only ones that really believe in the Laughing King as a god is the goblins, isn't it?
Yep. He's technically a forbidden elf deity.
So if we manage to coax them to believing in someone else, eventually they will forget about him and we can kill the Laughing King.
The other thing is imprisonment can only be reversed if the reverse of the spell is cast using the victim's name and their and information of their background. Now, given that we already had to do a whole fuck ton of information gathering to even find out anything about him, what are the odds that anyone can reverse it?
It's actually not a bad idea. If we were to just burn the information that we found, essentially, just get rid of all of our traces.
Isn't that one of those old twisted rumors or something that you can undo a spell by saying it backwards?
That's some fey bullshit. Which is this game?
So what the hell? So what the hell if the spell's name is a palindrome?
Oh wow.
So say the reverse spell is called freedom.
Yeah. Okay, are we ready to play?
Mhm.
Yep.
Have you picked your spell?
I have, yes. I'm taking
Okay, cool.
imprisonment.
Nice.
Okay. Would anyone like to recap, or would you like me to recap?
You go ahead.
So,
I say we blew up the toboggan race.
well, that was about 6 days ago.
You blew up me during the toboggan race because our ideas were good, but they were, invested in
Badassery.
planks of feeble wood.
There's a reason Mechtown is made exclusively of metal. So, last session was the concluding episode of the Winter Festival of Torgaval, where the Travelers of Leyspark enjoyed a lovely meal with friends new and old, and enemies, well, enemy who is also family. Upon waking on the 11th day of the first month, the 11th day of Hammer, the party, well, out of RP, we are entering full downtime. So aside from specific events and things that you want to do, and you have to tell me when you do the thing, otherwise the thing doesn't happen. Okay? From here until the
1st of the 2nd is
new, the 20th of the 3rd, which is the assault on Vestalt.
not the War Council.
Well, the War Council will happen. It's one of the events.
Oh, I
But
see.
if there's
right,
anything that you want to happen, you have to tell me.
okay, sorry.
Okay? So, date with White Band, going to collect armor from Dale, wedding planning with Rachel, getting wasted with the Blue Veins. If these are things you want to do, you have to tell me, and we can roleplay as necessary. Otherwise, it's only certain events that will happen. Okay?
Mhm.
So, on the 11th of the first month, you all wake up noticing a few people missing from breakfast at all of your tables, except for Roberto, who has his own table, unless you went for breakfast at the Necromane Black Spire, which is, of course, open as always, where you all notice that people are saying goodbye to people who came just for parties, just for events. Some members of the Blue Vein clan are leaving in the direction of Pelennor, as are members of the congregation of the White Wolf. They are heading in the direction of Pelennor for the front line in Vestalt. These are the replacements, the joiners to bolster the line in preparation of the war.
The exit gate that leads to Pelennor. I think there's only one that leads direct, isn't there, across the swamps?
No, Pellennor's in the opposite direction to the swamps.
Okay.
So it's the northern gates of Torgaval, which lead through Denethor and directly to Pelennor.
Yeah.
And then from Pelennor to Vestalt.
Zed, and I'm guessing I think Zed will ask if he and the other clerics of the religions will stand over and bless them as they pass through.
Mm-hmm. As they all leave, each yourself, the high priest of Damathian, dwarf god of the dead, the priestess of Soon and the elf pantheon, and in fact even Clive, who is the representative of Shares, the goddess of war and pleasure. All of you are there to send them on their way into war. And bringing up the tail end, not joining the parade of soldiers and warriors, but about half an hour later, as the dust settles, you see the figure of Richter Belmont up on his horse, Granamond, making his way out of the of Torgaval in the direction of Dale, and wordlessly gives you a nod as he leaves.
Time will come.
Zed, as he leaves, Zed whistles for Tibbles and hops on and follows him out.
You're following Richter out.
Yeah.
About how far do you follow him, or are you following him?
No, I'm going to catch up to him.
Okay.
So we're heading for he was going to head for Dale anyway.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as he could to get everything sorted.
Okay. So as after about 20 minutes, you wind up catching up with Richter. Richter's not going particularly slow, but you're not pushing Tibbles too fast, as this is actually the first time you've ever ridden Tibbles as a mount. As you catch up, Richter turns to you and says, "Ah, hello, Father. Riding a wolf. Interesting."
Well, he didn't want me to ride Max, so he said to ride him now he's big enough.
I understand.
And so I get Tibble's house.
Where are you headed this cold winter's day?
I believe I'm heading to the same place you are. I need to go to Dale. There are some friends who I wish to see before it all kicks off.
Ah, then we'll be traveling together. Seems inappropriate for a cleric to be traveling with a paladin when only one is armored and the other isn't. And with a thunderclap, the black tinged armor and the white tabard bearing the claw of Bane forms around him, with his own great sword strapped to his back, and at his waist there is a long sword and a flail, and at his other hip is a kite shield. And even Granamond is now heavily armored in this form. I think we'll be able to make it to Dale within 3 days, if you're quite happy for the company.
Yes, so I haven't got anything pressing back in Torgaval at the moment. Well, there is something, but I will. So it may be nice to talk before it all kicks off. One last civilized discussion.
I'm always happy for company and pleasant conversation. And he kind of reaches into his tabard and hands you a packet of trail biscuits. They're not very sweet, but they're quite nice.
Yeah. He'll partake. He'll offer some wine that he'll have in his pack. Everyone in our party always carries wine.
Yeah.
Very sorry, I don't partake. Thank you, though.
I've got. He taps an empty one and it fills with water. Create water.
Thank you. And yeah, he quite enjoys that. Okay, we'll get back to you and Richter's road trip in a bit. Is there anything else anyone wants to do with your time?
On this specific day, or just
Just kind of in general, just so I know when to slot things in.
Well, I know on the 17th I wanted to go to the book club because
Yeah.
I'm well behind. So I wanted to read up the books for book club, which I've got a list of somewhere in all this lot.
Okay.
And I wanted to spend some time working on spells and potentially go and spend an evening with White Bank 'cause it's nice and quiet to work in the caves.
Yeah, that's also honestly, as long as you're not doing anything too strenuous or too active, I'm allotting time appropriately.
Okay.
If I hear you want to do anything a bit much, obviously it does push back
Okay.
when spells are created.
There was one other thing I wanted to do,
Mhm.
and I wanted to go see Lady Afandas at some point over the next few days.
Okay, we'll catch up with that in a bit.
Yeah.
Dudley, anything for Roberto?
He needs to start working on that song that he has to prepare for Mother Matron Esperon
Very good.
and Fred One and Droughhold. So I just imagine he kind of leaves through his like backpack and he's like, what's this like? Shit, the song, fuck, right. Grab the loot, probably grab a bit of wine. He's just gonna literally drink till the muses come to him and try and start preparing stuff.
Okay, so spell creation and song creation work well. That technology creation, they all kind of work on a very similar mechanic, but obviously, music creation doesn't. This is a difficult one. It doesn't require as much money, but it does require as much time. In the same way that technology creation requires more money but less time. So, what kind of music are you going for? Are you going for a sort of opera? Are you going for something very high classical? Are you going for an individual string piece, a quartet? What would Roberto be planning?
I'm just trying to think about one of the instruments because I can't remember which one of the lunar goddesses had the harp.
You can make a roll for it
I'm gonna try
because both of the lunar goddesses play instruments.
because I want to basically do a solo piece, but I with the lyre, but it needs to kind of be elegant, slightly haunting, but nothing. It mustn't be too jovial, not like the normal Hobbit stuff. It has to be serene, beautiful, and yet mystical at the same time.
Okay, give me a history or religion check.
It'll probably have to be a straightforward history that rather than intelligence. 15.
15. Yeah, that's past. Eliastri plays the harp.
Eliastri.
I believe Sehanine plays something, or it might just be that she is personified with a bow. Let me just double check for you.
Did you say that she was playing like a sitar?
Sehanine, I think so.
Or was it a dulcimer or something like that?
Sehanine Moonbow. Let me just have a quick look.
On the book club, one of the book club book. Oh no, two of the book club books are by your mum.
Oh, wonderful. Oh no. Oh no.
Are you showing off the signed copies?
I gave them to Sargoria. They're hers.
Sehanine is known to play most string instruments in the style of Nick was right, like a dulcimer or a sitar or a lute. Basically anything of a sort of necked string shape.
I reckon the song that Roberto is going to do is going to be like a two-piece kind of like I can't think of the musical term, but it's like two parts. One which is going to kind of imagine if you're playing on a harp, the other one's going to seem like you're actually playing on an actual guitar in a way. So he's actually going to try and personify both of the goddesses in a way. So he's going to try and keep it elegant, but he wants to add two different types of personalities to the pieces.
So he's going for both sides of the waxing and the waning moon.
Yeah.
Basically. Because that's what Eliastri and Sehanine both represent.
Yeah.
Now this is at a temple of Eliastri, so they asked you to perform a piece. I would say, will there be an instrumental change or will it be on one instrument?
Oh, good question, because I've only got a lyre at the moment.
You can get other instruments. That is where money will come in from, as well as a fuck ton of wine.
Oh, probably, because while he's drinking, he's like, well, this is great. What? I need a harp.
Okay, so there will be an instrument change.
Yeah.
Okay, so there will be a level of complexity to this. Is this going to be a one-man show or multiple performers?
It'll be a one-man show. He'll basically have one piece starting maybe with the harp. Then there'll be like a little brief pause because obviously with the waning and the wax, I know you can kind of blend it, but just a moment of silence, just to give them
Okay.
reflect. And that's where he just picks up the other instrument.
Okay, to make this sound good, I would say this is a very complex piece. So I'd put that at 4 weeks dedicated.
4 weeks.
So don't worry, I'll make all these notes.
Okay.
See how you do. Now, with it being you needing a harp as well as additional instruments, additional drinks, just maintaining yourself with music, I would say 100 gold pieces per week spent. So if you could drop 400 gold now.
If you haven't got it on, you just knock it off the party funds. We've got more than enough.
Thank you.
It's not much by what you guys are throwing around at this point.
Oh God, no. I'm going to have to make a large withdrawal for spell components. Those are expensive spells now.
Well, I've definitely dropped the 400 gold, so I've done that. Just going to try and think of a title, but I know I'd like it to have something of the moon.
Don't you work on that while other people are doing other things. Today is the 11th, so 40 days worth of work. Yeah, that'll take you to. Then, could you give me a performance check?
13.
Unfortunately, failed. Can you drop another 100 gold pieces and try again?
I'll probably have to dip into the funds.
Go ahead.
If that's okay.
100 gold is nothing.
I think it's like a case where it's like, no, that's not right. And it's just like,
Strings have snapped.
Don't worry, everything will get detailed for you because the same thing has happened to Celadine.
I know.
they're the fucking same.
Okay.
Never question the goal.
Drop another.
It can all just say one word and we're all doomed.
Drop another 100 and roll again.
Swap dice.
I can literally see Roberto trying to write down the music. He's like,
This is the creative process. Give me that third roll. Let's hope this one.
slightly better. 16.
There we go. So I now know what day you finish the song on. That's going to be fun.
Don't worry about it. I've yet to succeed on creating a spell first time.
Meanwhile, Zed,
Yeah, meanwhile, for some reason, you're passing first time every time.
Nog, anything that you would like achieved with the downtime?
So I need to speak to Rachel, and he needs to speak to White Band. He needs to speak to his father. And finally, he needs to pray to Helm for guidance on something. More permission.
Okay. Which one do you want to do first? Because we'll keep flicking back to you then.
Let's do the praying, and it will clear things up.
Okay.
So it will be
Tell what you do. How do you prepare yourself? How do you prepare your space? There isn't a temple to Helm in Torgaval. You could make the day's trek out to Kelner, where there is the Undercroft of Helm, or you could make a shrine at your home.
Do you know what? He's going to make that trek, and he's going to do that because that's where he first became a worshipper of Helm. That's where he was first watched over by the suit of armor.
Okay.
So he's going to go there.
So during the downtime, you make your way to Kelner, which has become a flourishing hamlet of hunters, rangers, herbalists, and the like. What you all did here, bringing the rangers, bringing just so much support to this town, and bringing Eileen to this town, has worked in spades. And you can see already that the Undercroft of Helm, where the priest sits on the outside administering to people who come, a little bit of light healing magic here, a soothing word here, and a protective charm sold here or there.
Sorry.
It's all right. I walk up and greet him. Aha, father. It is a long time no see.
Ah, hello, Norlock. How have you been?
You know what? Good, bad, mix of all the above.
Did you
Depends.
visit the Temple of the Unseeing Eye like I recommended?
I did. And I show him the sword with the thing emblazoned in it and the tattoo. It has had its payments.
You've really dedicated yourself to the Guardian. I'm impressed.
I have found more to protect than the girl in it I initially did.
Isn't that just how the Silver Knight works? You say you'll protect one thing and you wind up protecting so much more than you originally believed.
It took me a while to realize that it's not just the things here, it's that life itself is worth protecting. And it seems that's where our journeys have taken us.
I'm pleased to hear that. And I'm genuinely pleased to see your journey has brought you dividends in a way that I could not have expected, seeing that roguish rake on my doorstep wanting to ask what he should do to recompense for a crime he wouldn't admit to.
Well, I can admit to that crime now, and I can do that because I have had forgiveness. Yes.
Certainly helps.
A man trying to be my friend, but I only cottoned in him that he was a means to an end, and I ended his life when I should not have. But I have sought his forgiveness and the forgiveness of his family and reconciled.
Ah, they forgave you. I'm impressed.
Yes, well.
Sorry, late Christmas present arrived in the form of some cash from our uncle. I need to do the controller.
All right, Chris, give me a deception check on that one because you have not told anyone what actually happened. The only person who knows is Richter.
Richter, I did tell Richter.
You told Rick? Yes, but he's the only one who knows the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
No, but in saying that, he did speak directly to the ghost of Rupert, who did forgive him.
I will allow... Okay, you can take deception with advantage or persuasion with disadvantage.
Oh,
Now that's a choice.
I'm going to go for deception because I have a +2 to both of them. And really, what's what here?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 13 or 18. I'm going to go with 18.
Your moral grey area holds true.
The wolves still know what you did.
Yeah, while I'm on trip with Richter, Tibble suddenly starts growling for some reason.
So, I'm sure you haven't just come to tell me how well things are. Is there anything I can help with?
Yes, I actually need to pray to Helm, and I figured that seeing as this is the epitome of what I am looking to protect, it would be worth praying to the very statue that watched over me the first time I joined the temple.
Of course. Head into the inner sanctum. You are welcome here as anyone.
Thank you. I shall make my way down.
Okay. You head down to the inner sanctum, and you can see the layout from so long ago where you and your friends fought doppelgangers masquerading as the original priest of Helm, and then Roberto's mother that you stabbed in the face.
I'm going for a post-traumatic piss.
Walking the halls, you see every room available to you. You see into the donning and doffing room of the vestments. You see where the platinum armor of the protector is, and you see into the far distant room of the altar, where you received your first gift from Helm, the chalice.
Yep, I received the chalice from there and the bracelet from what's his name, Father?
I believe it's Father Maxwell.
It was Father Maxwell. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I got the bracelet from Father Maxwell, which is now emblazoned itself in the blade.
Yep.
And I got the tattoo from Helm once I became a paladin.
You did. That very altar that if you and the party had made an incorrect choice, you received word from Helm himself that you would have released a lich into the world, creating a whole other problem.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I did actually tell you guys when it happened. When you made the choice, there was a 2 in 3 chance that you guys were going to release a lich.
In
The Temple of Helm.
There was the puzzle about only one of us could pick it up, and it had to be a son of man.
It had to be the blood sacrifice of a son of man.
That was it. So Roberto couldn't have picked it up at all because Roberto isn't son of men at all. He's a halfling. Celadine could have, but it would have only half worked because she's not a son.
Exactly. It had to be Zed or Narlock.
Oh, right, yeah, so lucky luck.
Because we're both half orcs, so that makes us
human.
half human.
And
Wouldn't work on me anymore.
So weirdly, at this point, the only one of you that could have been the chosen of Helm is Narlock. It's like I planned this shit, which I don't.
It's just happy coincidences.
I love it. I love it.
Narlock takes a look around, just sort of reminiscing on how far things have come, and he turns back to the father, Father Maxwell. This is going to sound.
He stayed out front. He's let you go in as if you were a priest yourself.
Narlock goes back up to see him upstairs.
Okay.
Father Maxwell, this is going to sound strange, but do you remember how it was that Helm spoke to me the first time?
I wasn't actually here for that, if you remember. You'd come here after the attack, and I was making my way from Pelennor.
Yes.
I arrived after the incident with the doppelgangers.
That's right, yes. Well, what had happened was I slept before the statue, and
oh, that event. That was when you were making your way to Umbrella.
Yeah. So
and the statue leant over you and placed a cloak around you.
I plan to do so again. I plan to sleep before the statue and speak directly to Helm.
I'm assuming you told Rachel you'd be away for a night.
Oh yeah, I told her where I was going. I told her where I was going, and I was going to see the head of the temple there. So given that she knows that he's a paladin of Helm, she would, probably get the idea this is some religious thing.
Yeah. Okay. So you sleep before the temple, or before the statue, well, the armor of Helm.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that you seek? What is it that you go to sleep thinking on?
I needed to save her.
Okay. Give me a religion check.
Nope.
What is
7.
As you enter the blissful sleep on the cold flagstones before the platinum armor of Helm, you find yourself in a familiar place. A desert, white sands beneath your feet. And as you look up, you see the platinum armor of Helm standing above you. Great sword slung over one shoulder, arm stuck into a giant shield.
Hello, my lord.
Hello.
It is good to see you again.
It's a pleasure to be called in my own home.
And it is right back where I first met you, if I recall.
The southern wastes, after laying waste to so many people that would harm those that you chose to protect. It seems right.
I get to my feet to speak to him directly.
Now, you are a tall or half orc. We've always said that. Helm, even in this avatar state, towers over you.
Narlock kneels before him. What I need.
Don't kneel.
Sorry.
You're a paladin, not a knight.
I'm still getting used to this.
There's a large amount of difference between being the chosen champion of a god and being one who swears fealty to another. You will stand before me as a protector. Never kneel. The only person you should kneel to is the person you swear fealty to. You swear no fealty to me. Understand?
Yes, sir.
And do you know why you swear no fealty to me?
Because I am to protect on your behalf. I am to protect for my own sake.
There's a low snigger under the helm. Under the helm of Helm. And before you can see what's happening, one massive arm grabs you by the throat and slams you up against a wall that wasn't there before. And as you look back, it's the temple of the unblinking eyes. You swear no fealty to me because I don't need a protector. And then just pulls his arm away and almost cradles you like a child. You are still learning, small one. And he puts you down.
What? Thank you.
You and your friends have a real problem choosing gods who the ends justify the means. It's a good thing I like that wolf.
All of our gods are dicks.
You picked the god of, I literally told you first session, the god of order, of nature and cruelty. You have chosen the lawful good god, the lawful neutral god of the ends justifying the means.
Yep.
You got Bane in your head.
I didn't choose him, he's just hanging out.
Now you got the Traveller.
He's living there rent free.
Narlock just
Weirdly, Damathian likes you.
clutches his head for a second and goes, "Do you know what? Yeah, I need to clear. I need to stop trying to be so formal here. I am not Zed. I am me."
If there is no formality, then and he just sits down, and a small campfire erupts between the two of you with a small bubbling pot of spiced wine. Drink and ask me what you need.
My wife is strong. My wife to be is strong. She is a powerful woman, but while she carries child, she is vulnerable. And I have need to protect her. And I do not trust that the walls of Torgaval, which are prime targets in this war, are strong enough to protect her. So to protect her myself, I want to leave her at the Temple of the Unseeing Eye, where she will be safe. If only for our charge. And when I return, I shall take her myself.
Ooh.
Placing her behind the walls where your predecessors watch. I will say this, no one could ever call you a stupid orc. It's a good idea.
And I have family
idea.
here. I have family who have come here. I have my duty to get them to where they need to be. So I shall make sure that that happens.
There's a lot of people that you've promised to protect. All right.
I'm always one to keep my promises or die trying.
You do know that if you do break any of your promises, you will die.
Yeah.
That is the oath of the bodyguard, the oath of the protector.
I remove the Book of Helm and I just go, I've read that bit.
All right. All right. The walls of the temple will open only to you for the next 6 months. If you should fall and if you should die, everyone chambered within will become part of the, what did you all call it? The Deus Vault.
That's the one.
Mm.
But such a gamble, if
Yeah,
I was to live through
Alex.
this, would guarantee her safety.
You don't have to live, Narlock. Just protect your charges. Do you understand?
I do.
Complete your duty. And a small favor. You've been seeking something, haven't you?
Seeking?
Someone. Playing, but being a trickster.
Yes, I know the very well. I know of him. If I know what I know somewhat vaguely what he looks like, but he poses a risk to myself, my interests, and the interests of those I am not only looking to protect, but my friends, and that does not sit well with me.
He is bound to a god I despise beyond all others. And the eyes of the unseeing temple see many things. And he kind of offers you his hand.
Hold my hand out to him.
As soon as you touch his hand, there's a flash, and you're seeing a black and white image. You're no longer in the Temple of Helm. You're in a very different temple. Thick black stone walls rise up to beautiful stained glass images depicting knights riding into combat, great fires ravaging landscapes, and at the very far back, a depiction of solid blood red glass bearing an all too familiar three-pointed claw. Shines a light on three figures. The vision before you, standing in the spotlight of your image, is of Richter Belmont, a woman in a beautiful red dress and scarlet red hair, and a person you would swear to your dying day is Saliva. As you look upon the tableau before you, Richter speaks. I do not care what your prices are. I beseeched Bane to send me someone who would be able to take my wife from this world before the war took her. Hey, don't worry about it. You beseeched my God, so my God sent me.
Sorry, can I just ask what the fuck?
He has gone Brooklyn.
That character is going to take a golf club to the wang.
I want to point out he did fake an accent in the first few
Oh,
seconds.
Yes, he did.
So Elijah doesn't know what his accent is anymore.
Okay, sorry, I'd forgotten that he doesn't know what accent he's got.
He started Russian.
Yeah. Is this pre or post, by the way?
Give me a minute.
Yeah. Okay.
All of you calm down.
Hey, I'm calm.
Yeah.
Come, we're just reacting to an accent.
Look, you needed help and you needed something a little bit underhanded. So you decided to contact my people and my people sent me. Now, if you don't mind not pretending to be all high and mighty, Blue One, I will crucify you if you mess this up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't try the very angry, scary paladin act. I traveled with a paladin and fuck you, she's scarier than you could ever be. No idea what she's doing right now, but at least you're bothering with my annoying ass. Now, you pay me what we agreed and point me in the right direction, and I'll get your lady Camilla all the way to her parents in Masharinland. Or are we going to have this Shamu wedding first? I mean, I know you need a witness, but is it really a good idea for someone who beseeches the mad god of lies? And just on the back of both hands, the black flare of the black sun of Cyric, and the right arm, the yellow sun of the Morning Lord. Now, can we just get on with this? And the vision fades, and you wake up in the Temple of Helm. Dream ended.
Just
What
before
happened?
he even turns around to the statue, he just goes, "Son of a bitch! I knew he was here."
What happens to you happened on the 17th of Hammer. You're waking up on the 18th.
Okay. Turn around to the statue. Over the armor.
Yep.
Still there?
It's still there. It is standing more straight than ever, but does have its hand out, and you did wake up with your hand in its hand.
Never going to get used to that. Right.
Keeps you on your toes.
Oh, that's spooky.
Zed,
Yep.
your travels with the Crusader, it's a pleasant couple of days. At one point, the two of you do start getting attacked by bandits, but I'm not going to make you roll for the combat. Between you and Richter, you dispatch them with basically no effort. Over the 3 days, he regularly wants to talk about nice teas and talk about how nice this country is and how he hopes that in the future you and Celadine and Narlock and Roberto can make Vestalt as nice as this place to live in.
So, well, I hope you too. I'm glad to see that you're looking on the side of us winning this war.
Oh, of course I wanted to win this war. What will be the result of me winning this small fray that we're about to go into? You're about to take on the entirety of the Church of Bane, and your only chance of victory is to defeat me personally. Now, defeating me personally, placing someone of worthy note on the throne, that wins you all of Vestalt. You remove Vestalt from the equation, suddenly the Lead Witch is so much weaker than she was before. If you lose, what's going to happen then? I have to go through another 1,000 years, 500 years, however many years at this point, looking for someone to sit the throne and make the country better. If I wait that long, the Lead Witch will, of course, send her gnolls and beasts and minotaurs out into the country and devastate it. I know you were able to deal with the Butcher, so thank you very much for that. I didn't really like the idea of having an endless war with a demon. But that's where we're at. You beat me, we all get what we want.
Sorry, I had to. He said dealing with the Butcher. For some reason, my mind just went off roll power for a moment.
No, that's the name of Yinogu,
Yeah.
the Gnoll demon.
Oh, yeah, where Narlock was surrounded.
No, nearly died.
Yeah,
Again.
Narlock got. Do you know whenever the Hulk lifts Loki? That's what happened to Narlock.
Look, it was. You tried to one-shot a demon lord.
Yeah, but it didn't. It's not that it didn't, kill him. It's not. It didn't even do any fucking damage. It just went.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good fight there, but you all stood out of my range.
It was a good fight.
To be fair, I was being flung around by a demon.
Yeah, you literally got Loki'd.
You be Narlock.
Also, your wife not gonna be happy about that.
What?
She's a proud woman. She's not gonna want to just sit locked away at the side. What? I sit on the sidelines? I don't think so.
She cannot fight with 2 children growing inside of her.
Depends.
She's not a barbarian.
She's
not a barbarian.
Yeah.
Sorry.
She's you before or after? That's a big
First
question.
Conan the Barbarian. His mother was literally fighting while she was 8 months pregnant with him.
Jeez.
It's a good question. Is she do before or after the war?
The due date, hilarious, is the 20th of the 4th. Yeah, I know, right?
So that's what, 1 month
after.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, almost exactly 1
He's
month.
definitely going to. Definitely gonna wait until. What do you call it? What am I saying? He definitely wants to send her there if he'll keep her safe, but he's not going to do it without her permission, which is why he needs to speak to her too, and he needs to speak to White Band to ask White Band to take her there, her and Narlock there, because they can't use the mirror anymore.
I was going to say, because if you go by dragon, it's a day trip, whereas if you go by foot, it's 20 days.
And I know he can get there in time because he made the trip there regularly to see us by the mountain, didn't he? Or to see Selding.
And somehow I can't see her enjoying that cart ride under the mountain.
Not while that pregnant. Anyway,
Sorry.
back in the room. So
Yeah.
you are with Richter at the moment.
Yeah. He yeah. I guess it would be worth 1,000 years. Wasn't there royalty before you were there?
No, Vestalt was a small hamlet. We did a job for them, myself and my brother, and we were sick and tired of doing jobs for people that didn't respect Bane. So we made them an offer. We would give up the reward they were offering for dealing with the goblins in the mine, and they would erect a shrine to Bane. They took offense to that. We took offense to them taking offense. It all went very red. My brother died, and the hamlet of Vestalt over the next 500 years became the country of Vestalt. Conquest. I think Clayton would have said it best. It's a hell of a drug.
Ugh. Yes, he would say that. Wasn't it Clayton who owned that the Colosseum underneath the?
It was the Blue Vein family that erected it. It wasn't Clayton that built it.
Oh, but it was his weapon we found down there, wasn't it?
We've bumped into Clayton a few times, and he does seem like the sort.
I've still got a mark on my
I
back.
respect dwarf fighter. I literally built Gimli.
So what exactly do you need to do in Dale?
Oh, I just want to see How are the towns going? I was born there. Well, I grew up there.
Well, I suppose by now they should have had enough time to deal with the null attack.
Oh yes, that little. It was quite a brutal assault, I will say. I'm impressed that you were able to deal with it. Well done.
Well, we're 2 for 2. We've taken down gods. Let's hope our streak. Let's hope third time is just as lucky.
Let's hope your luck holds out for at least one more big fight.
That'll be on the day as they approach Dale's walls.
Yeah. On these evenings, by the way, Richter's like made up a travel stew. It's crap. Bland, unsalted meat and vegetables cooked up in a water broth because he doesn't drink ale.
Even Tibbles turns his nose up at it.
Yeah.
What sort of meat?
You're not there.
I'm not there.
It'll be anything. I'm guessing it'll be anything that the two of them caught. I mean, Zed's still a skilled hunter.
Richter did buy some travel rations before leaving Torgaval. There's that as well.
Okay, Zed's got his own stash of some of Rolvar's jerky.
Okay.
I bet he has.
Yeah.
Rude.
Sorry.
Rude, very rude.
He's enjoying his meat in a whole new way.
Okay.
Sorry.
You arrive on
Bad.
the 14th, the morning of the 14th of Hammer, into Dale, where Richter says his goodbyes and parts ways with you.
Yep. Okay. Before heading over to the forge works, Zed will check on the shrine because that was by the gate, wasn't it?
It was. The shrine is much better than the first time you saw it. It is pristine, it's clean, it's been looked after to an exceptional level, and there is almost constant stream of tribute. And you also overhear people talking about how they're looking forward to the spring coming when the travels out to what was it? It's Reserwinder, I think.
The little island.
Yes. Because there's the Rewinder.
Oh yeah, the rich island. Rich
Yeah.
bastards.
Once whose tunnel we collapsed.
No, there was a tunnel on that island, but it was just like a small cove.
Oh no, sorry, I didn't collapse the whole tunnel. I collapsed the end of it on some soldiers with Bane.
Yeah, and sunk a ship.
Whoops.
Yeah, Rewinder Isle. Lots of people talking about going out to Rewinder Isle to give tribute at the actual temple of the Lunar Pantheon that sits on the isle.
Oh, I never knew.
It
Just
was
that.
mentioned, but you can go and have a look.
Mate, but main focus is getting the armor sorted, so he'll head over to the forge works.
As you approach the Fenrisulfur Forge Works, you see steam and smoke pumping out of the roof at a rate borderline dangerous for a thatch roof. But the gnomes and humans and half giants and everything else that does worship Fenrisulfur that also works at this forge works are throwing cold water onto the roof regularly to keep it cool. And you see why the production is so intense. Swords, great swords, long swords, spears, arrows and bolts of numerous levels of quality and design are being produced at an absurd rate. It doesn't take a genius to know that this is in preparation for the war. These are the primary forge masters conscripted by the Temple of Fenrisulfur and the Paladins and the Rangers to produce their arms and armor. And it looks like they're now producing arms and armor probably for other Rangers and militia.
So it's turned into one big assembly line.
There is no better assembly line than a combination of gnomes and dwarves.
Ching, 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 ching.
Oh, and you approach a familiar, burnt, half-shaved, half-mad gnome runs out to greet you. Ah, hello! Good to see you again, Mr. Chosen of the White Wolf. Is it? Champion, is it now? This is the Forge Master.
Yeah, Zed reaches up and pulls the blade off and just holds it out in front of him as you requested.
His jaw just drops, and he's just looking at it. He's got goggles and microscopes and lenses, looking at every detail and just every depiction. It's like, it'll never be as good, but I think I could make a few more like this. Just perfect. Thank you so much. And there's genuine tears running down his face.
And I've got one other thing which I mentioned in my letter, and he pulls out the crystal from Hephaestus. The Lord of the Forges said this would complete the armor.
Fantastic. And he almost snatches it off you. It'll be ready in 3 days. Are you going to stick around?
I will. We're in the final preparations back in Torgaval before the march.
You've earned a rest. Why don't you stay up at the Traveller's Rest? Or, hey, if you want to, you can always stay here. We got a room.
Yeah, I'll stay by. I'll give you a hand if I can. If you need a hand with anything, I'm sure Tibbles won't mind.
No. You're the alpha. You're in charge. You're the chosen of the White Wolf. You're not doing nothing. And he kind of snaps his fingers, and a team of gnomes come out to help you doff your armor and take you to a really nice, comfortable stool and bench where you're weighted on hand and foot. And anytime you need anything, they're ready for you.
Oh, that's one of those awkward moments, isn't it? Where it's just like, so it's to carry you away and then start. Just sat there awkwardly with a cocktail.
It is a cocktail only in the sense that it is a pint of ale with a slice of apple on the rim.
Yeah. And Tibbles is being brushed down. He's a happy wolf.
Yeah, this is all just you getting to enjoy it. Occasionally, the Forge Master comes over to measure your arms, waist, chest, so they can get the fit absolutely perfect.
Oh, it's a bad time to tell him that you're changing shape every full moon, isn't it?
While you're resting, you do get the message of this is the size you will be at the end. You're changing, but not finished growing.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So for 3 days, you are weighted on hand and foot by worshippers of the White Wolf.
If he does stay in Dale for that time, he will visit the Lunar Pantheon Temple just to examine it.
There's no boats going out there at the moment.
Okay. In which case, he's going to return to the black market.
Okay. I will get to you in a moment then, yeah?
Yep.
All right. Celadine.
Oh, yeah.
You have a few days working on spells. You have a few days spent with White Band. White Band at one point mentions about going to Dale on the 17th or 18th, whichever one best suits you.
Should we go on the 18th because the 17th is the book club, so...
Yes, then we can go in the morning and spend the day there rather than have to walk back.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Okay.
You don't have to make any plans. I'm prepping this one, okay?
Oh, yes, that's what we said, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And he genuinely seems happy about this, just happy that he doesn't have to plan anything.
Okay.
And you have seen him still having to do, he's not doing as much as he was before the Winter Festival, but he is still sending kobolds left, right, and centre out into the world to administer this job, deal with that, sign off on this piece of paperwork. Scrivener is never far from him. And although is the very grumpy assistant, is very much the dutiful assistant.
That's fine.
You kind of get the impression of Scrivener he's a genuinely quite old kobold. Actually, you could actually make a history or insight check.
Do I have history?
Sorry, he's the Smithers to Burns, isn't he?
I do not. I've got book smart. Could that?
No.
I've read about kobolds.
This is about kobolds. This is about Scrivener.
Okay, that's 14. What does history run off of?
Intelligence.
Okay, so that's a 14 plus 4, so 18.
Do you remember in the 0.75 session where you re-met White Band with Roberto and Zed, and it was between White Band and another kobold for the rulership of the blue kobolds?
Yes.
Scrivener is the
Yeah.
bigger kobold.
Scrivener's the other kobold.
Do you remember there were two kobolds? One that was White Band, who was smaller, more intelligent, could speak common to an extent. And then there was the other one who was bigger, a lot physically stronger.
I do.
That's Scrivener. And you only kind of recollect that seeing Scrivener in context with other kobolds, because he is quite a bit bigger than your typical kobold. This is genuinely White Band's second in command. It's not a assistant, this is the vice president, as it were. And he's grumpy because he could have been president.
If I just held out a little longer, I would have been turned into a dragon.
Oh, you wouldn't. Yeah, you'll be heading out on the 18th to Dale.
I will. Which means I've got some other things I'll need to do on the 17th, but
Okay. On the 7th, obviously anything you say happens in Dale, I'm quite happy to. Within reason, I will pull up if it's a bit too OTT.
okay.
But for the most part, just say what you want and we can adjust as necessary.
Okay.
On the 17th, you do enjoy book club,
Mhm.
and you are formally introduced to all the members. You have Saliva, you have obviously White Band. Rachel mentions that it's quite nice having the book club this night because Narlock's actually made a day trip out to Kelner.
Oh, that's where he's gone. I hadn't noticed him around the place, and none of the snow cannons had gone off for a little while, so I assumed he wasn't about.
I think we destabilized most of them.
Oh, okay, good, good.
I say most, pregnancy brain.
Don't worry, we'll find out when the snow melts.
Just as you were saying that, you just hear.
That was in Orktown. But yeah, you all enjoy the book club. You talk about the book, talk about what you liked. Mostly you very quickly realize is talking about the book that you have read and this more being an excuse to order takeout and gossip.
Oh yeah, it's one of those book clubs.
Yeah. So there's not the first hour, it's genuinely talking about the book, how you all thought about it, what did you think, what did you like about it, what didn't you like about it. And then the next 3 hours are drinking, food, gossip, and chatting, just generally, just socializing.
Oh good, randomized bitching.
Not really bitchy. Just
Oh, good.
the only really bitchy one is definitely Saliba.
Well, obviously.
Yeah, that's obvious. But no, it's just a genuinely nice evening. And you all wind up peeling off sometime around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. During the day of the 17th,
Yep.
could I have prepped a picnic basket
Absolutely.
of just nice hearty halfling picnic foods?
Knock off 15 gold
Yeah.
for the picnic basket and sundries,
Okay. And
and enough for a dragon.
I'm working on what grows in deserts, which is a blue dragon's natural environment, and what you can make out of those into alcohol. A bottle of tequila.
Give me an investigation to see if you can find tequila this time of year in this temperament.
Investigation. Does that run off
It
intelligence?
does.
Oh, that's not going to be
Chester.
12.
12. You don't find a bottle of tequila, but Fosco does put together a very nice tequila sunrise facsimile
Okay.
using
Does it have a
white.
worm in it?
It does not have a worm in it. It's not mezcal. It's basically just a tequila sunrise cocktail in a bottle.
Oh, I think I get the worm reference as well, because I now see the spelling of worm, W-Y-R.
That's just tequila. That's just a good night at Cobbold House. It's a cobbold and a vat of tequila.
Oh, God. Ah.
It's kind of bad. I'm seeing Vicky Salima going, what does that bugbear have that I don't? Chest hair.
Oh.
This is true. They are good hairless. Let's go to it real quick.
All right.
Oh dear. I'm having great fun.
Yeah. I quite like
Can't wait till tomorrow.
me either. We're going to have a big villains tournament. Yay.
Yay. I don't know who I'm going to play.
I'm not sure. I don't think we've actually played the new box that you got us yet. So
I thought we bought it up last time we played it, didn't we? I think I was the only one who didn't play a new character.
oh, we might have actually. Yes, because wasn't. Oh God, didn't Dudley ever go to Gaston?
Yeah, I think Dudley was Gaston. I think Cal was the Horned King, and you were Lady Tremaine.
Yeah, I think that does sound right. Yeah, so perhaps we have played it in our pregnancy brain.
Yeah. How's it coming along?
Is that whenever I played Pete that round, didn't it?
Yeah, I forget who I play. Was I Snow White that one? Was I the Evil Queen that one? I
No,
forget.
you were Cruella.
Oh, Cruella.
Doing the Dalmatians.
Oh, right, yes. I only wish to have a coat made out of puppies.
Oh my God! Why did you want that?
He's the only genuinely evil one.
Well, you can't fix puppy murder.
I only wanted to have equality. I only wanted for women to be treated equally. I only wanted
I only wish to teach the boy respect.
I only wanted fair rights for all. I only wanted to save her. I only wanted a coat made out of puppies.
Oh my God!
What's wrong with you?
And yet
Why
that's
would
the
you
one
want
who's now got
that?
a series on.
Yeah, it's got a film.
Sorry, that's the one who's now got a film on Disney Plus trying to make her a good guy.
Yeah.
She a terrible plot. There's a good film you could make out of Cruella, but it's not. Let's make her a good guy because she kills endangered animals for fun.
But she's not. She can't be a good guy. And that's why I didn't watch that Cruella one, because I kind of liked her backstory in Once Upon a Time, where she's actually always been genuinely bad.
Yeah.
There's a really great one that Disney actually produced as a backstory, where she went big game hunting with her uncle every summer.
She shot elephants
for fun. That's it.
As an 8-year-old.
Yeah, because
it reminds me of seeing Friendship is Magic when they did the comic showing you the history of all the villains, and it like gives you relatable stories for all of them, except for Chrysalis. Whenever they show you her backstory, it ends with just a page of how somebody dropped potions into a lake by accident, and all these bones and creatures melded together, and she was born. And she just looks at Twilight in the face and goes, "Oh, I've always been like this. I was born this way. I'm just evil."
That's a perfectly viable backstory.
It is.
I still like Glenn Close's depiction, though. She is.
Oh yeah.
She was Cruella.
To be honest, Hugh Laurie and Ron Weasley's dad as the bad ones as well. I don't
Mark Williams.
That's Jasper and Horace.
Blimey, look at the size of that scar. No wonder you can't talk, mate.
Excuse me, will you?
You've just won bronze, silver, and gold in the Moron Olympics. Who won the gold?
I love it that Glenn Close did an interview and actually says even now she gets stopped. Kids recognize her on the street, and and apparently she was with this mum and this kid. She went, and mum went, "That's Cruella de Vil." He went, "No, it's not." She suddenly went,
and that child ran.
Wow.
You've got to be fair. If you play the Disney villain,
I've got to say, one of the coolest things I ever saw on YouTube was Disney World. They had a little clip of the Cruella actress, and the cutest thing ever was this lovely service dog came up and then wanted to get like a fuss, and she was like, "It's all right if I say hello," and then she was making a big fuss of him, and then she then got a coat, trying to put it over him, trying to walk
Sneak him away.
It was just so lovely. It's like, "Oh, Cruella."
I think she pulled out a tape measure or something. Went.
I love the Universal ones where they've now got like the Decepticons and
Oh yeah, Megatron. I love
Yeah.
when he freaked out at that guy. She or the girl, she got her phone and went selfie, and he went, "You and your wretched selfies, always looking away from what is actually here to take pictures of yourself with snippets in the background. Get away from me!"
oh, did you see the one where it was the little girl with cancer, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was so lovely.
Oh.
Starscream, you useless waste of space! You are demoted, and she is now my lieutenant.
I love when this kid came with the helmet of Optimus, and he went,
Yes.
"What is this? Are you in disguise, Optimus?" And the kid went, "I brought you his head." "Excellent! Starscream, you're demoted. You are promoted. Bringing me the head of my enemy. You shall sit upon a throne by mine."
There's a brilliant one where he just takes a piss at how Gar's dressed. It's like, "What's this all in black in your camouflage pants? It doesn't work, I see you." It's like, "Why are you running for a still photograph?"
Chris, by the way, we meant to have this last time. I've actually saved it for this time you're visiting.
Oh no, what is it?
It's the Malta Guinness non-alcoholic malt drink.
Is it officially? Is it got the Guinness logo on it?
Yeah.
Trademark.
Trademark. Guinness.
Non-alcoholic Guinness, right?
From Malta.
Energy drink. No, malt. Yeah, malt is in like malt drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I think ready to be back in the room when everyone else
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, we're ready to continue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stand up for a little bit. Oh, I know I'm like,
Get back in the room.
I don't know why I like Dungeon Mastering while standing. It's just genuinely more comfortable. Okay, so Celadine,
Yes.
you are leaving with White Band on the morning of the 18th for Dale.
Yeah.
For your frozen beach date, picnic, and this feels like an Icewind Dale episode,
I know.
but that's okay. On
Is it going to be warm enough that we can fly there?
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can wrap up in like a layer of blankets while he like flies and you're on his back.
Yeah.
As you kind of get on, Scribner's there, just sat down like behind his crest. Keep your arms and legs inside the dragon at all times. Inside the Lord of Storms at all times.
Nice.
Exits are located
Exits are
here,
nowhere.
everywhere.
Exits are nowhere. If he goes down, we all die. Have fun. And he jumps off. Don't mind him. Let's get going. Pad.
You take no responsibility for the in-flight meal.
There isn't one. Okay, the two of you are in the air, and below you, as you look down, you can see the forests and swamp give way to the roads. You'll probably be in Dale within 3 hours at most.
This is amazing. How do you not do this all the time?
Seeing the world like this gives me vertigo. I prefer to be below the ground.
Is that a kobold thing or a blue dragon thing?
I think it's a me thing.
Okay.
Let's just call it a me thing and not try and prescribe any of my habits to one thing or the other thing.
Fair enough. Yeah.
He's gonna chuckle like, if we did that, we'd have to assume that you preferring illusion magic is the norm.
I've got a lot of species going on with me, haven't I?
Seems like most people do, just yours are all knocking at your door. I mean, let's look at Zed after all. He was half something and half orc. Now he's all orc and half nothing. But people who are half orc still call him half orc. Very confusing.
Yeah. We're trying not to ask too much about that one.
Probably a good idea. I mean, his god is the god of werewolves. Changing things is just second nature.
And he just seemed to be turning back into an orc, sort of. He's got tusks now.
He's more orky than when... Well, he's definitely more orky.
Yeah.
And the travel... chatting about... Yeah. Just chatting about everything and nothing and friends and blah. Zed, while you are walking around Dale, could you give me a perception check? This is over the course of like the 3-4 days.
Is that with advantage?
Yes.
15. Man, why are you being so mean to me today? I had to roll my HP a good few times.
Really?
Yeah, because I kept rolling ones.
Okay, so what did you roll?
15.
15's enough. Okay. So you wanted to go to the black market, yes?
Yeah.
While you're in Dale, the black market is both better and worse than the last time you saw it. So it's better in the sense of a lot of the darker trade no longer exists.
Well,
But
anything goes is gone.
yeah, anything goes is gone, but no questions asked is still there. But you kind of see the people that no questions asked in a different light now, because they're just a diner. At the end of the day, that's all they are. They're just cooking what meat people bring to them.
Yeah, I'd say obviously it's best not obviously no questions asked, but Zed still doesn't go in there.
No, which is too bad because it smells really nice. Obviously, Sargoria's shop is closed now. She did leave, as did Euralia's shop in the tent with the artisanal crafting.
Yep, is the bad pet shop still there as well?
Of course she is. Yeah, she's there.
Yep. The Adventurers Guild don't have a.
No, the Adventurers Guild with Gizo left. They're now set up at Clive's.
Ah. Okay. I was basically I was just making sure that nothing worse had come to the black market to replace.
Looks like nothing's really stepped in. Just there is still a bookshop, but it's not being run by Sargoria anymore, and it's been renamed to the Hearthfire Hideaway. That's about it.
Nice. What about the artifact shop?
The artifact shop.
I believe that one was run by the. It was one of the ones that we had.
Laptop dying.
Yep.
Just pulling up my notes on Dale.
It was one of the first ones we visited. It was run. I think it was actually run by a Belmont one. Wasn't it run by Richter?
Wow.
No.
Oh, there were some shops owned by Scorer.
Yeah, there was that. It was one of the ones owned by Scorer because it was one of the ones that appeared on that manifest that we were analysing.
So, there was the Exotic Algonquin, which was the pet shop. There was the Moody Tweaker, which was the experimental potions produced by Algernon, the Gnome Alchemist. Head, Shoulders, Knees, Toes, and More, which was magical components and ingredients, produced by Zadok Palegust. There's the Moneylenders and Launders pawn shop, which is owned by Bosco, a human who just has lots of bits and pieces and treasures.
That might have been it, bits and pieces.
So the place is called Moneylenders, Launders and Pawn. It's basically just a pawn shop.
Yeah. I'm sure there was it was in the first tent that we went to, the Tame tent.
Yeah, that would be in the first tent. There's also stuff and things.
So, I'm not sure if it was a junk shop. It was basically kind of an antiques or a junk shop, basically.
Yeah, that would be the Moneylenders.
Yeah.
So there's just a few bits and pieces. There's like selections of belt buckles. There's selections of walking canes. You know that the gentleman in here is actually the one that owns the black market at this point.
Yeah, that was the one, because we came in here to talk to him.
Yes, he is. He is not behind the counter anymore because he can actually leave now. Instead, there is a very attractive woman with hair pulled up in a bun on the top of her head, and she is filling in a ledger while you look around.
I think that's just going to have a general look around. You might just to make the main reason for coming to the black market was just to make sure that nothing had taken the place of anything goes.
Yeah, no, nothing has.
I don't think there's actually anything that he needs. Was there a jeweler or anything in here in the black market?
Sorry, can you say that again?
So was there a jeweler or anything in the black market?
Jeweler. Let me have a look. That might be the Moneylenders still. I mean, they do lots of bits and pieces. There's swords, but more.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. That was where you found the cursed sword or something, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's loot, which is basic but interesting loot from Dungeons and Monsters.
That might be the best spot.
There's the Forger's Foray. No questions asked. And then there's Don't Tell a Soul, which is different craftsman. Have a quick look.
I thought that one was trading in secrets.
What, Don't Tell a Soul?
Yeah.
No, there was no trading in secrets place in. You're thinking in Brayla.
Yeah, I thought that there was a shop. I thought there was like an information gathering service or something that was you paid for information or something.
That might be in the Bizarre Bargain. Hold on.
I thought that was in the last tent. It was kind of like a spy network.
Spy network.
As in, you went in, you paid it, like under counter PI.
No, there's never been anything like that in the game.
Narlock might have been able to do something like that, but I don't think it's in an official capacity.
Oh, you're thinking of Thieves' Cant. Just that thing that rogues can do. There wasn't a shop. It was just something Narlock did a lot.
Oh, I thought that was. No, yeah, okay, never mind. I thought it was in the final tent after the naughty tent.
No, the final tent's just some artisanal craftspeople. There's like a giant making like whittled goods. There's a hag producing minor potions. There's a centaur that makes minor enchanted equipment. That was where Eureliah was making like poisons and antivenoms.
Oh yeah, no, I remember.
Yeah.
No, okay, he's going to search for moonstones and diamonds for that thing we discussed.
Yeah, you can find about 5,000 gold worth of moonstone quite easily, and I'd say about 20, like across the entire city while you're here. I'd say you'd be able to get about 5,000 moonstone and 20,000 diamond.
Okay, can I write a check for that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so is Jenny, are you the one controlling the bank accounts, or?
Cal's got
I've
records.
got all that, don't worry, I'm making notes.
Okay, yeah.
You ain't even touching the money that's in there yet, trust me.
Well, we're not even dented it.
No. Remember that the bank is all
money.
platinum as well.
We need to. Maybe we should consider buying capital to get out of the liquid asset. Buy gold. Everyone says buy gold.
I have no idea. So,
The
Celine,
cat stood with just her tail sticking through the cat flap.
Celine,
Yes.
you are flying your way into Dale. Could you give me a perception check?
No, my perception is crap.
It is.
Oh, 17, 20, 21, surprisingly. Fuck. Why?
Dragon back.
That's an awful lot of paper.
It is. And I think you just wrote the DC. Okay. So, as you fly your way into Dale, you can see people looking up at the massive blue dragon. A few people scream, but then the guards start cheering as White Band comes in, and like loads of more people start cheering as White Band begins the descent. On his way down, you look out into the bay and you can see dozens of warships, none of which built by the shipwrights of Dale. These are massive constructs of heavy wood and iron that don't look like they should be floating, but are. And you can look out across all of them, and the crew are all wearing matching uniforms. They are flying the same flag of this red symbol with a mountain that appears to form a large T. And you can give me a history check if you want.
Oh, that's Barbosa.
It's an 8, I'm afraid.
You recognize it enough to know it's it's a flag of the Nesvitian Empire.
Oh.
It's the Gatla. I thought it was Barbosa. Doesn't he have a flag?
Rugsmelg's a blue phoenix, which you do also see out in the bay, alongside several other ships flying mixtures of blue phoenixes and iron hands.
And I know the Iron Hands is Lana's.
Yeah, they are the Blackened Hunters Bane division, and obviously the Blackened Hunters Blue Phoenix division. As well as that, nestled between all these ships, you see one ship that doesn't match the rest. A large merchant-style vessel made of very clear, pale wood, flying a flag. Yeah, here we go. Flying a flag of white and black bearing the symbol of 3 gods. Two you do recognize, Joaquin and Timora. These are the gods of fortune and merchant, but then glittering stars around them on the black and white map of another deity you don't recognize. You can make a history or religion check.
I can't use
book smarts.
Oh,
yeah, book smarts.
Let's use book smarts then, because I actually get a plus with that. But that is a nat 1.
Okay, give me one final percent. Actually, you already made past perception, that's fine. You don't recognize what this is from. You don't recognize anything. But as the final descent drops, White Band kind of clicks over and says, "Is that Soliva?" And you see out onto that ship with the black and white flag a figure that looks like Soliva, but wearing a long, colourful coat. And even at this distance, both draconic and elven eyes peer in, and you can see thick white scars bearing down the left side of the character's face. And
for fuck's sake!
And standing next to him as the ship sails out into the open waters is a very attractive woman wearing a red dress, having long red hair, and very clearly pregnant. And as you peer over towards the docks, you see your grandfather, Richter Belmont, waving away at the ship as it drifts off and by the time you land, it's already on the horizon. And that is the storyline that you were following. So Elijah was hired by Richter Belmont to get his last wife out of the country.
So I'll never be. That's exactly why he was there then. So I don't really have to worry about him getting in our way anymore.
No, to be honest, Saliva was being arrogant. Ketzler didn't know everything, and he was just there doing a job. And while doing a job, he was there to mess with his brother.
Dickhead.
Oh, might as well enjoy your hobbies while you're working.
What a dick!
I just love the fact that that Curse of Strahd, we're playing the prelude to this adventure.
Well, Curse of Strahd's what helped me make Sir Elijah into something I wanted to actually involve in this story. And honestly, the whole stuff about including Lathander, that's all on Nick. That was just fantastic. But
It's not Saliva.
oh, all right. Well, they're drifting off. Let's enjoy our picnic.
Yeah. Yeah. I
And the two
don't.
of
I
you.
don't want to. I don't want to be dealing with everyone else's problems for one day.
And the two of you float down, and as you begin to float down on the final draft from the ocean, he flicks back into the semi-draconic state and carries you down in his arms with the picnic on your lap.
I actually had an order of things. The picnic's kind of for dinner. We're going to spend the whole afternoon here.
Great.
Mhm.
All right, what?
Okay.
You have the table.
Well, I thought for an hour or so we could spend in Dale proper, walk along the beach and go and have a look around the shops and things here. I don't know if they'd actually be selling ice cream at this time of year. But
They are not selling ice cream, but you do. The two of you do pick up a cone of fried winterfish,
yeah, that'll do.
which is very nice. It's very sweet and a little bit salty, and both you seem to enjoy it.
And that'll serve as lunch here actually,
Mhm.
because then I was going to ask if he'd mind flying us over to Raywinder Island.
Okay, yeah, he's quite happy to. Just takes about 20 minutes.
Okay, and when we get there, I'm going basically throwing around the hero of Dale thing a little bit.
Yeah,
Get us into that really fancy ass spa.
give me a persuasion check.
Come on, hero of Dale, they owe me their
Yes,
life.
You're still persuading people.
Do I have? I don't have persuasion.
So for you, it's a +1 then.
Come on, a 12.
Okay, takes a little bit of time, but a little bit of name dropping in the right places. The tailor who catered to all of you when you came to Dale realizes who's here, and he kind of shoos away the attendants, like, no, no, no. They have run of the place. Come on. Oh, here's a big one. All right, we'll have to open the side door. And yeah, they open the side door so that White Band can come in.
Mhm.
And not a lot of people partake in the spa in the cooler months, so you have the place to yourselves.
Great. And it was basically just spending a nice afternoon in the spa. Right? Yeah.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
can't actually remember what treatments and things they offer.
So they offer a wide range of things from like treated bath water, jacuzzis, massages. It's mostly beautician style rather than like sports massage. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like a beauty treatment spa.
I would definitely recommend to White Band he gets one of the massages then, because the poor guy is working all the time.
It takes about 5 burly half walks to massage him, but yeah, because he goes full dragon with being in here.
Oh god, okay.
So yeah, there's just this giant blue dragon sat in a pool of like slowly bubbling oily water. While 5 massive orcs are like running up and down his back with like just jugs of this. To you, it smells absolutely horrible. This oil they're pouring over him, but he seems to genuinely be enjoying it. You can make a history or a nature check.
Do I actually? I might have nature.
If you have any skills in alchemy, that would also work.
I've
So
got
herbalism.
I've got herbology.
Yes, so herbalism.
Okay. I'm going to keep that even though it leapt free, so that's a 19.
Okay. Just going to get the name for you.
Okay.
Music seems appropriate for this.
Yeah, quite chill.
Music?
Can you not hear it again?
I don't think you've shared your music.
I have, yeah. It's very, very quiet.
The alert, there's no alert on our screen that says.
Oh, no, they're right.
Oh, there we go. Now we can hear it.
I just hit the wrong button.
Yeah. Yeah, I can just see White Band, them getting all the stuff out from between his claws, giving adequate claw and nail claw treatment.
Yeah.
Do they have cucumbers big enough for his eyes?
No, they use pumpkins.
To be fair, it's the depths of winter. They wouldn't have been able to get cucumbers anyway.
This is true.
I've just got this image of him in this one massive tub that they, for some reason, have. So presumably just the pool.
So yeah, it is just this big pool that you guys all had baths in when you were. It's like one of the it's like one of those like Japanese style spas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh god, I can now imagine with one of those facial masks with the pumpkins on his face.
I kind of want to go to one of those one day, just have a really big pamper session.
Yeah, that does sound quite nice.
You're right.
Yes, I'm trying to find something. That's really annoying. Right, we'll get you the name of this later. Basically, it's a particular type of root or herb that, to you and to clearly the orcs, smells awful. Like, it sort of smells like off ginger with like really wet tobacco. But he is clearly really enjoying this. As like everything this gets poured over and massaged into the scales, you actually see areas of like dried scales either peel away or like rejuvenate to a point where the blue is a lot brighter and a lot shinier, whereas it was a lot darker earlier. It was so blue it was nearly black in areas, whereas this appears just like rejuvenate, so he's like this really deep, almost sky blue colour.
Does it hurt when your scales come off?
No, it does not. Just, it's like getting a haircut, I assume.
Oh, right, yeah.
He's kind of giggling as well. What are you having done while he's having all this?
I was going to have a massage as well and have a soak in. I assume it was like smaller pools adjacent to the one that is now full of the oil or something.
Yeah, there are. There's small like, jacuzzis.
Yeah, I'm going to have a soak in one of those and just try and chill out for a bit.
Yeah, the two of you just have a really nice afternoon. You are pampered, catered to. You both have drinks brought to you. They query what he would actually like, and he winds up just asking for a vat of oil. Sorry, not a vat of oil, a vat of red wine. Spiced and low alcohol.
No.
And you wind up getting brought a glass of whatever you would like.
Probably mead.
Okay, a glass of spiced mead that's been obviously warmed at the moment because it's cold weather.
Yeah.
But yeah, the two of you have a really nice time in the spa. And what happens afterwards?
I was going to we're going to walk up through that shopping bit that the group of us went through.
Yeah.
And remember there was a really nice art shop up there.
There was.
And I was particularly going to take him there because I know he likes his art.
Yeah, he is really excited, and you wind up very suddenly seeing exactly what your friends have to go through whenever you ever walk past the bookshop, because you lose him for the better part of an hour and a half and he's just stacking inks and oil paints and paintbrushes and ordering almost tons of canvas to be delivered to Torgaval. And after about all that time, he winds up just dropping 3 massive sapphires and coming out with 2 huge bags and a backpack. Just all paint supplies.
This
was amazing! I love this place!
Oh my god, the dragon had a fangasm.
He's forgotten to take off his little reading spectacles.
Oh.
And he's just there looking like the worst kind of dragon nerd. And I mean that in the sense that he's a dragon and a nerd.
It's okay because Celadin's honestly first thought there is, oh gosh, he's so.
Oh my god, we've got the Henry Cavill of dragons.
Walk up and take his glasses off.
Oh, what are you trying to do?
Thank you. You guys,
Oh.
Hello?
you guys all right?
Yes, I'm just getting this.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Right.
Reach up and take his glasses off.
Yeah.
him.
Thank you. Okay. And the 2 of you, yeah, his eyesight is awful.
Oh, you're blind.
Yeah. To be honest, actually looking through them, they sort of brighten everything more than else. You get the impression, obviously, he's used to much lower light.
Oh, yeah.
And he's very short-sighted.
Mm.
To be honest, it feels like when you put on my glasses.
Oh, yeah. You're blind.
I am clinically blind. I actually am. If I'm not wearing my glasses or contact lenses, I am actually registered blind.
Well, you remind me of my
Okay.
Oh, you're frozen.
So can you see us then? Or...
Not right. Well, yes, right now because I'm wearing contact lenses.
Oh. Oh, I didn't realize that you wore contacts. Okay.
Did you not?
No.
Oh, all right.
I know you wore glasses because I've seen you with pictures of glasses. I thought you might need them for reading or something, but
No.
He reminds me very much then of my older brother who, the one who did my best man speech.
Oh yeah, that's lovely.
Without his glasses, he is legally blind.
I'm the exact same.
Okay. Oh, I forgot what I was going to say.
So you're at the spa.
Yep. No, we went. I took him specifically to the art shop where he
Yeah.
turned full nerd, which is the cutest thing ever.
Oh,
Basically, he was walking through the shops trying to get to a more secluded area, about a bit out of the town.
you wind up heading more towards the cabin where you fought Apala and Deva.
Oh, okay. This is where I blew up a whole bunch of Knights of Bane, and kind of nearly killed 2 people as well who can't technically be killed. Fireball's a very dangerous spell.
That's kind of cool. And yeah, he just sits down and just.
and 3 members of your party.
Shush.
First use of fireball. First actual use of fireball. And yeah, he just his pack and his bags down, and he helps you with the picnic basket.
Last time we drew in that was when we went to
Is this what you have in the picnic?
Yeah.
Yep. The ocean is cloudy and very cold, and there's this cold breeze coming up. And as you're setting up, you realise that he's actually wrapped one of his wings, like full dragon size, kind of around the 2 of you. So he's still in like draconic form, but he's turned one of his wings into a full size dragon to work as like a windshield.
Oh, I didn't think you're not going to be too cold, are you?
No, I don't really feel the cold. I mean, deserts, they get very cold at night. This is quite comfortable, actually. And caves are quite nice.
I didn't even think, of course, deserts get cold at night. We were there. Hey, since you've got all your art stuff and everything, do you want to draw something? I mean, this is a really nice view.
That sounds really nice, actually. Why don't you sort out the food for us to enjoy, and then when I'm done, we'll eat.
Sure.
After about half an hour, setting out food, him picking a little bit, sketching, looking up, and you see him looking out to the horizon. He eventually shows you what he's done, and he's done 3 pictures. One of just the horizon. The next appears to be like panoramic view slightly to the left of that, of the horizon going out going out to sea. And the last one is of Celadine setting out their picnic very close, and the ocean out to view with the moon slowly rising in the background. I'll finish this back in my cave, but is a good first.
Lovely. I like this one better than the one with the bone wings.
Yeah, that wasn't my best work. Actually, no, it was very good work, objectively speaking. Just not situationally or delivery.
Yeah, but I'm glad that's what you think I look like.
With bone wings?
No, pretty.
You are. And the two of you enjoy your picnic and the end of your date as he delivers you back home sometime around 11 o'clock.
I already made the move a couple of times. I'm waiting on him now.
When he does deliver you back to your front door, he does kiss you goodnight. And watches you in just in time to have Eldod pop out with his wand going, "What are you doing talking to my beautiful elf daughter?" Oh, it's that fucking kobold again. Fuck this shit. Stomps away, wand in hand.
I'm surprised he didn't fire off a spell.
He was tempted, but Celadine's told him to be nice.
We'll have to go back to Dale when it's warmer weather.
That sounds nice.
And lots of other places where there's not various interfering family members.
You came back later than curfew.
I'm 28!
You're 32.
I'm not, I'm even older than that, sorry.
How old is Celadine?
37.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, blah, blah, blah. I'm 37, Dad.
Wow. You're old.
Oh!
And just Eldor just flicks around. I'm the best one still. And just screams 20 on his way out.
He's really milking that, isn't he?
It is. The fuller flips you up, and as soon as he gets inside, they're scritching 20.
I'm just waiting for Bosco on the day that Eldon slips up big time.
He knows it will happen, so right now he's just enjoying it. All right.
Yeah.
That is on the 18th. Back to Zed. Same day as Celadine had her date. You did see the blue dragon fly out.
Oh, maybe I could have hitched a ride. Yeah. But,
You guys rolled weird perception levels.
yeah. No, Zed. Sorry, go on.
As you return to the Forge Works that evening, the armor is made ready for you. Hope you like it. It should be a good fit.
And yeah, Zed will try it on.
It's a perfect fit, and it just buckles into place, and they kind of help you into it for the first time. And there's a notch at the back, perfect for the sword. And as you pull on the gauntlets, you conclude the hour-long it takes to actually put this armor on. Because it does take an hour to put plate armor on. And
I swear to God, I've got to invent some kind of magic item like the have you seen Troll Hunters?
no.
Basically, he's got this medallion. He says the command, and basically the armor is all trapped within this amulet, and it'll the command it pops out and automatically attaches himself within the space of about 5 seconds.
So it's actually X armor and transform crank, put it on your chest and it unfolds around you.
Yeah, kind of like the nanotech armor from MCU. Yeah, I've really got to invent something like that.
To be honest, there is an item in D&D 5th edition called the Mariner's Armor, which you can remove as an action. I was going to myself to team.
Oh.
So basically, Zed wants to go through a magical girl transformation.
Sounds like it.
This is the one called Sailor Wolf.
Sailor Wolf. Oh god, it is literally Sailor Moon. It's just.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sailor. God, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, that's
There's Tibbles, it's like howls, and it's just armor that just goes.
Oh god, no! If Zed ever did something like that, Pedrosaurus would come along beating him with his 10-foot pole.
Like, don't do that. It's very
Don't use that shit again.
It's very uncool.
It's girly.
It's
Wait.
hacking.
The knee-high boots maybe could work, but the little sailor girl outfit, what?
So, the attunement of this armor, it is +3 magical plate armor, which I believe is the same as your current set of plate armor.
Yes, I think so.
Once per day, you can summon a pair of spectral wolves to assist you in combat, or assist you in whatever you want.
Yeah.
And once per day, you can take the form of a dire wolf, in the same way as a druid's wild shape. So you retain your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma stats, but your physical stats adjust to that of a dire wolf.
Okay, right, so do I basically just use Tibbles as stats for that then?
Yes,
Yeah.
but not the ice breath.
Yeah, not the ice breath. Yeah. Yeah, only he can shoot icicles. Bah!
Yes.
He has the
Okay.
power of being really cool.
Zed will so he'll thank them. He'll thank them. He'll bless the forge works, and he'll stay until the next morning. And he'll start to head back to Torgaval. But on the first day, just because he can now, he'll literally run with Tibbles for the first day.
For 1 hour, you turn into a dire wolf, and you and Tibbles just kind of running side by side.
Nice.
In this form, you can commune with Tibbles if you want.
Oh goody!
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I get to speak to him for the first time. Well, for the first time, actually hear what he has to say. What has he always wanted to say to me?
He's just genuinely okay with what's going on. He's had 4 or 5 days of really heavy pampering. He's not having to carry Zed at the moment. It kind of was like egging you on to race him a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, doggy.
But in terms of actually speaking, he's not strong silent type.
Yeah, of course.
He's
he is.
Link.
Typical stoic.
Wolves know what I did doesn't mean they will say it.
Oh damn it!
I just keep thinking Tibbles will have similar personality to Link.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to say a word.
No. Well, in all fairness, he does smash things up, hoping he'll find treasures like diamonds.
True. He's probably not good company.
Nah, he's still happy with her. Yeah, so we'll race, run, maybe have a bit of a tumble in the grass and that.
Yeah, honestly, Tibbles is just genuinely happy and just quite. He's not really the playful sort, but he is. He likes the like play fighting with you and the like almost like being silly. He's your typical dog at the end of the day, even though he is massive.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So once Zed turns back after the hour, they'll continue on their way back to.
Okay.
On their way back to Torgaval.
You will arrive back in Torgaval on the 22nd of Hammer.
Okay. So yeah. Rest of the time, Zed's going to spend until the next main event. Zed is going to spend time with Hrolvar amongst his priestly duties, except for that one thing I messaged you about. That's going to be an interesting evening.
Yes, I will just double check that again because it's been a while. Yep, got you. So that'll be after the War Council. I'll say that.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah. So, is there anything anyone at the table wants to do at this point? Is there anything you'd like to vouch that you're doing, or shall we move to the War Council? Would anyone like to talk to one of your fellow players, do something? The table is the four of yours.
Yep, Narlock wants to have those conversations with White Band and Rachel.
Yes.
So it'll be Rachel first, then White Band.
Okay. Before we do that, Dudley, is there anything? Or are you still...
Probably in the midst of the songwriting stuff, I'd take a break and be like, I'll write a letter to my mum and dad.
Okay.
So it'd just be like, Mum and Dad, I'm trying to write a song, bloody frustrating. I'm getting some good ideas. Hope you're all well. I'll come visit soon.
And off to a kobold it goes.
Yeah. Oh, here's some coin.
Ah, thank you. Gone.
Well, they're handy.
They are. Okay, Narlock. So, you want to speak to White Band first, yes?
Rachel first.
Rachel first. Okay, you return back to Togaval on the 18th after your dream. So, whenever you want to do this.
Okay, so it will be, yeah, once I've come back that day, I'll go straight to her, and it's to inform her of what I was doing.
Okay, you arrive home the afternoon of the 18th to find her getting ready for dinner. You did say you were going to be back the next day, so
Yeah.
Dinner is already cooking. It's a nice hearty winter stew with dumplings.
Just come in, just. Oh, it's always so good to come home to something like that.
Well, take a seat and I'll have it all bowled up in a minute. There's some cold ale in the fridge for you if you want.
Oh, thank you. We do need to talk though.
She kind of stops yourself. It's like, that sounds serious.
Well, when I went to that temple, it wasn't just to visit it for a prayer. It was, I wanted to ask a favor of him. See, this city, as you know, is, or may not know, is prime target for the assault on us.
She's just kind of very intently listening. She's cooking at the same time, but kind of that cooking, listening, distracting herself while she listens, you know?
I expect that the fighting here could get heavy. And I know you're perfectly capable of looking after yourself, but while you're looking after yourself and I indicate to the
bump.
Yeah. I just go, I think it would be wise if we thought ahead of something to protect both you and the kids to come. And I may have an idea.
Okay, I'm listening.
As part of my becoming a paladin, I have been given a temple that is mine, and it responds only to me to allow people inside. If I brought you there, you would be under the watchful eyes of protection of all who have visited that temple in the past, who stand there, and they would keep you safe from any harm whatsoever while you are there. And it would mean that when we come back from the war, I would just have to find you there and bring you home. But it is only if you agree to go that I will do so. I'm not going to force your hand here. If you would rather stay here, stay here. But if you think it's a good idea to go somewhere where you will be guaranteed safety, then go.
Give me a persuasion check at advantage.
Okay, the first one's a dirty 20. and the second one was 8, so I'll stick with the dirty 20.
Okay. I was kind of thinking that I would go back to Dale before the war starts, but this sounds a lot safer. Who else will be there?
I was going to ask my father in Dale to send a detachment of his men, of family of mine, essentially.
What about other civilians? What about other people who might get hurt? If there's a safe place where people can go where they can wait out the battle, then it just seems like a good idea.
This is where I need to ask you, Cal, out of character.
Mm-hmm.
Would the temple be big enough for what she intends?
So it was only you and Celine actually in the temple, and there was enough space for probably about 50 to 100 people at a squeeze. So 50 people comfortably, 100 people at a squeeze.
I think you might get 3 to 4 dozen people in there. And if you put any more, it would be an uncomfortable squeeze to be inside. I don't think taking loads of people would be a good idea. Definitely not a city's worth of people.
Okay, but what about the people? Because there's a lot of people here who can fend for themselves, but there's a lot of people who can't. What about the people who can't? The crafters, like my friends in the book club, for example, except, of course, for White Band.
You do know Saliva is like some form of, well, I don't know what he is, but he's certainly not human, and he definitely seems like he, from the amount of time he has been around here, is capable of looking at.
Businessman. He just gives off that air of power.
Yeah.
It's like how you give off that air of confidence.
Oh, that I am most certainly not. I mean, he will be honest with her completely, and he just says, like, I'm just telling you straight up, love. If I seem like I've put out a really great plan and it seems to work, and he just hears another explosion outside, it is most likely I have done something really stupid and it seems to work out.
Oh, you called me love.
Oh,
yeah.
I keep noting this shit. She does, in the end, agree to the temple on the agreement that some people are invited as well. People who can defend themselves and people who have capability will be lowest priority, but people like those in the book club or just your day-to-day workers.
I say to her, to a limit of, with all of you there, 60, and include amongst that the 10 half-orcs or orcs I will ask to be there.
She agrees to that.
Then that way it's, it's a bit of a squeeze, but there's enough room for you.
I'll have a word with Keth and Kovac about sorting out rations and things. They definitely need to go in. They can't look after themselves. Yeah.
Yep, that sounds fine to me.
Open up to the rest of the table for a moment before we go back to Narlock talking to White Band.
I wanted to, on one of the nights after shops closing, go around to Lady Fancy's magic shop.
Okay. You head round, I'd say, on the 23rd.
Okay.
Do you mind if while you're doing that, I just quickly nip to the bathroom?
Sure. All right. You head round after the shops are closed, the lights turned in, and the stars are out.
Just, I assume because the shops, there's no sign of life in there. So
there's a few lights on the upper floor. You know that Evander and Varnell live up there, basically. They live in the upper floor of the shop.
Okay, right. Take a breath, psych myself up. Yep. And knock on the door.
A few moments, footsteps, and the door opens to reveal Varnell. Like, oh, hi, Celadine.
Hi.
He doesn't look as bad as the last time you saw him. He's clearly slept. He's clearly come to terms with a few things. Yeah.
Is your mother up to seeing visitors? I promise I'm not going to slap her.
Fair enough. Yeah, she's upstairs.
Thank you.
No worries. Do you need a drink or anything?
No, I'm not staying long.
Alright, no worries. I'll leave the door open for you to leave.
Thank you.
Alright. And he kind of goes into the back where it looks like he was doing something in the back room.
I'll head up to where the living quarters are.
Yeah. You make your way up to where you know Fandez's room is. And you find her making an attempt at brushing out her short black hair. You can see all the accoutrements she was clearly used to, hair oils and brushes and combs and all these very beautiful things. And remembering how elegant and effortless she made looking so good, seeing her like this with the creeping vine tattoos around her face, down her throat, and the very pointed, more wood elf features over the more smooth and aquiline high elf. She's almost like tugging at her hair, trying to make it grow faster. And as you walk in, she just kind of slams a brush down and goes, "Oh, Celadine, I didn't expect you to be here."
No. If you use a mint oil, it might make the hair grow a bit quicker.
I don't think it's going to grow much longer. And she kind of reaches out to where she's got her staff, her wizard staff, and she just lifts herself up, and you can see that she's actually having to use it more like a walking cane. What can I do for you?
Not a lot really. I've got something that I think you should have. It was given to me, but I really think it should go to you instead.
Confused.
I'll take out the necklace of Rupert's that we found at his house, the claw of Bane made out of dragon glass.
Yeah.
This was his.
She kind of looks at her and goes, "Yeah, he made it in, well, he found the obsidian in Denethor, and then he made it before he went to Brayla. About over 40 years ago.
His father said that it was always supposed to, Rupert always wanted to give it to his wife, and Richter gave it to me, thinking it'd be nice to keep it in the family, I suppose, but..."
See, that's funny, because Rupert always told me he wanted to give it to his daughter, and he wanted his daughter to be, what was that really corny thing he said? Oh yes, as beautiful and as powerful as a particular elf he likes.
I don't know if I should keep it or not. That's different information to what I thought it should go to you because you knew him. You have something to miss and I don't.
I knew him and I have things to miss and remember him by. You have nothing to miss and nothing to remember him by. And I know for a fact you already gave away a certain dagger.
That should go to his daughter. It was the family ring. It ought to go to an actual Belmont.
So why not keep something he intended to give his daughter who would be a wizard? Or whatever. I've got more than enough trinkets that he gave me and made and threw at me over the years trying to convince me that I was worth something. Probably should have listened a lot sooner, and we wouldn't be in this mess. You keep it.
All right. The war's coming really, really soon, you know. I know you're capable of looking after yourself and everything, but if things start to look like they're turning against us...
I'll do what I do best. run to your father.
I was actually going to ask you if you can make sure he and Daddy run away.
What do you think me and Gloria always used to do? Eldon was awful at running away when the odds outnumbered him even to within 100. So it took me and Gloria and often Rupert to drag him away. So I'll do what I do best and keep that psychotic little gnome alive. And he can do what he does best and continue to call me a cunt.
Thank you, then.
Thank you.
It's probably...
Just make it through the war for me. I've got a lot to make up for and I'm still not sure I'm doing it right.
It's probably never going to be wonderful.
Why would that be anything than just is? I am your mother, you are my daughter, but I was your teacher for a while, so we could always go back to that. Or we could try something completely new. Or pen pals after the war.
Let's see what happens. I don't have any intention of dying.
Good. If you have an intention of dying, you usually do.
Well, I probably ought to go.
It's alright, I need to get ready for bed. Thank you. And you kind of see over by her where the glass mask still sits, and next to that is just a pile of unguents, and she's very rapidly feeling much older than she is. It's almost like an old lady's pillbox of potions and similar.
Can I ask before I go? Why keep it?
This is why. And she kind of flicks her hand and throws a bolt of fire at it. And it just shatters. And then as soon as it shatters, and it just latches itself onto her belt loop. I can't get rid of it.
Oh, I see.
I've tried. I've really tried. And give me a perception check.
That dramatic piece of what's... that would be a dirty 20.
As she pulls the mask off her almost like sash belt, you see the line scar across her wrist, which has never been there before. That's new. And she kind of puts the mask back and sits down. I've tried.
What did I miss?
A lot of shit.
Yeah. A lot of drama-y shit.
Why has the Sunday's got a big scar?
She's tried to get rid of the mask every way she possibly can, and it's still not worked.
Right.
I suppose if you can't get rid of it, then there is no other choice, but...
And at the very least, I can leave it here, where if he can still see out of the eyes, all he's going to see is my bedroom. And no one tells me important things about the war or anywhere.
Oh,
True.
damn. So not there, but there's something we haven't tried. Roberta potentially can.
It's a magical artifact, I suppose, although it's one of a...
But I'm sorry, I shouldn't really mess about the scene because magic.
This is you guys all chatting out of. That's okay.
Yeah, I'd say out of character, yeah. We don't know the effect that Roberta has because breaking it with magic, but his dagger technique is designed to specifically eliminate magical items.
I guess it really depends on what this mask is, what it's bound to, because she's already tried to destroy it with magic. So even though it's a different art, but
Well, the thing is, what you do isn't magic.
true.
It's almost like the reverse of magic. That's what Rugsmell taught you.
Also, the question becomes: does she really, really want rid of it? Because
And what could be the repercussions?
Give the peppermint oil a try if you're desperate for your hair to grow out.
He always said it was nice long.
I've always found it's a pain in the neck, but I don't have the nerve to cut it that short.
I giggle as you leave and return to your home.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And on the 25th, Saladin.
Yes.
What's the first spell you were working on? It was the...
I can't recall. I think it was Wall of Lightning I was working on
I think
first.
so, yeah.
Because Fosco's spell only had 24 hours that needed left on it. So
As you're sat in you and your father poring over this tome, looking at how the spell functions and the ingredients and changing iron filings, mixing with brass filings, mixing with trying different kinds of material components, trying different somatic components, different hand gestures and throws and all sorts of things like this. Eventually there's a crackle, and leaping out of the back door, out into the frozen garden, is this long 40, 50, 60 foot long snaking, crackling wall of electric light. And just as soon as anything comes in contact or anything is nearby, just...
oh, that's a lot of birds.
Yeah, a lot of them hit the deck.
Hmm.
Oh, it looks like it's blackbird pie.
Oh,
What
dear.
happened?
I finished
So-
Wall of Lightning and killed some birds.
So,
Anything to kill
Unlike,
it near it, so it was a
all
bird
of
just flying
fire
overhead.
and your other spells, you do not choose which side the damage is inflicted on. This inflicts both sides. It
Yeah.
just binds-
No, what happened? What did I miss? Is this this was after Fanders?
Sorry, say that again, what?
So the damage is inflicted on both sides.
Okay, so it's a both
Oh,
side
this
wall.
was testing a
Double-edged
spell.
sword.
Thank you. I'll just
So
make a
anything
note.
within 5 feet of it takes electric damage. Doesn't matter which side they're on. So yeah. So just to recap, 'cause I know you guys were in and out a little bit. Saladin went to see Fandes, asked about the necklace. Turned out it was something that Rupert wanted to give to his daughter while flirting with Fandes badly. Which is most of their relationship, just bad flirting from a rogue. And the conclusion of it was Celine asking about the glass mask of the Laughing God. And Ifanda shows that she tried to break it multiple times with magic, with force, with anything she can, and every time it just reforms. And it looks like she may have even actually attempted to take her own life to destroy the mask.
Yeah.
Concluding that, Celadine returned home and 2 days later finished her third spell.
Woo!
Wall of Lightning.
Like Wall of Fire, but lightning.
And both sides do damage.
And took out a flock of birds.
That evening you enjoy a nice blackbird pie.
Were there 4 and 20?
Yes, more than that probably. Not a-
Just reminds me of the movie The Water Boy, because it makes me think like Eldad has got to have something out there for catching random animals. So what will we be having for lunch today? Squirrel.
I'm just thinking silly, like, I've got a show white band.
Roberto, during this time you are moving very well with your song. You have drunken all the wine that you had previously bought and then some, making the occasional mess from nights where things just get a bit too much of the jovial atmosphere, but you're starting to make good headway. You're probably about halfway through. It's that transition from the harp to the lute. Is it the lute you were going for?
It was, yeah, the harp to the lyre, so
Harp to the lyre, sorry. So it's that transition from harp to lyre that you're finding the most difficult.
it's also the case during that drunken phrase. He's literally grabbing the harp. He's like, speak to me!
Okay. During this time, a letter arrives from your parents, saying, "Fantastic, you're back to music. Your mum's really proud of you that you're still enjoying this. Your dad's really happy that you are still being creative and doing it in your own way rather than obsessing over how others do it.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks forward to hearing the first production in Brailer when you go."
Sorry.
I'll write a reply to that as well. I'll be like, plus when I'm back, I'll spend time with them in the forge. I could learn a few more things.
Okay. Narlock, you wanted to speak to Whiteband.
Yep.
All right. You see this streak of lightning coming out of Saladin's house, and you wind up bumping into Whiteband on your way there. As I'm assuming multiple more arcs of lightning come out into the garden as you and Eldon are just having the best time.
Playing with the new toy, yes.
Yeah, and there's just this screams from Fosco of, "Not my... Well, there's nothing growing right now, but not my garden!"
Technically, it's plowing.
Meanwhile, Andal is shouting on the roof, "You're scaring away the..." Oh, actually. Do more! The Leyspark house is jovial as ever.
I just turned the white band. For a minute, I thought that was aimed at you.
Yeah, me too, actually. I think I'll... How does standing 100 feet away sound? I don't think he can reach if he tries.
That's not a bad idea. I might stand there with you. I mean, he's got a few things to get me over, so I mean, it's hard not to end up being that man's enemy.
I think you're more at risk if you're his friend.
Agreed.
So how are you?
Well, getting things sorted. It's not easy, is it?
No, absolutely not.
I actually needed to speak to you.
That never goes well for me.
Thank you.
No, I don't mean you personally, just in general.
It is a favor. Depending how well you are with it, it could be a simple favor.
Yeah, I do what I can.
I have a place that I can take Rachel and some people she wishes to go with her, where they will be safe during the war. They will be out of harm's way.
Okay.
It is the Temple of the Unseen Eye, a temple of Helm, and actually my personal pilgrimage temple.
Can't say I know it. Where is it?
You actually, whenever we were at Cal, what was that country called we were in?
So the main place you saw it was the town of Olaluma near the Ridgewinder Mountains.
You've been to the Ridgewinder Mountains?
Yes, near Grover's place.
Yeah, it's near to that, near to where the town of Olaluma is.
Just trying to get this look on his face, just like, how close are we talking to Grover's it?
It's actually far down, so it's ground level, so it's not actually that. Shouldn't be that close.
Isn't it at the foot of the mountain?
It's in the shadow of the mountain.
It's
So
in the
yeah, it's near enough, but it's not directly under the mountain, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's in the shallow of the mountain, but not directly part of the mountain.
If we took a southern passage, you want me to take people there, yes?
Yeah, just so that I can get them there safely, because I am the only one who can open the door.
Right. Okay, got two options. One's faster, the other one's safer. Which would be better?
Safer, obviously.
Safer. Okay. I can instruct my kobolds to dig tunnels in that sort of general direction, and I can help them. And over the course of 3 days, we can dig a tunnel out to where we're looking for, and then it would take us maybe a whole day To get all the people there via the underground, I think that would actually be quicker.
If you think that works, then we'll do. Why are you laughing? You're making me feel like I'm missing something here.
Sorry, it's just the music.
Oh
It
yeah.
makes it sound like you're plotting a very bad prank.
All right. Okay.
I mean, if you think that would be safer and that makes you happier not having to go near Grover's place, then yeah, we can do that. I would appreciate it. How much do I owe the kobolds?
Call this one on me. You're still planning on protecting Saladin, yes?
Of course, I'll be there right beside her.
And you're still considering my offer of coming to Vestolt afterwards to continue to protect her.
Well, it's about time you were in on this one. I take out the. You've met my father about, I reckon. Seen the
Massive
ships. Seen the ships of Neshbesh.
Big black ships, yes.
I take out the big banner. They'll need a home.
Okay.
So will I.
Then we'll call this one a freebie now, look. As a partner of my friend and friend of my Saladin. And he kind of pats you on the head.
I'll take it. Yes. So yes, I have considered your offer. And if I can get my family to be there to sort of set up as, say, a beginning guard until we can start getting kobolds in and living alike and that in Vestalt, then yes. Yes, I will accept your offer.
I like the sound of this.
Seems to work out best for everyone.
We will begin in a few days. I know you are all attending the War Council, so I will be attending to that. And then we'll take people just before the assault. How does that sound?
Oh, this is in character. This is actually my chalice of helm. He's
Nice.
just taking a drink of wine from it and he offers some of it to him.
Thank you. And he just kind of keeps pouring, just waiting for the drink to end. It just keeps going and going. He starts.
Ding.
Does this ever end?
No.
That is fantastic. He just hands it back to you.
It's brilliant when you fill it with the right liquor.
Sounds good for a cocktail party.
Yes. Although its true purpose is to heal.
Well, made me feel better.
Dutch courage for dealing with Elbod.
So, Saladin, your spell is finished. What do you do besides play with it? You basically burn all of your 4th level and higher spell slots. To be fair, so does Eldon.
So me and Eldod are having fun with this.
And you actually want to even teaching it to Andor.
Wait, Andor can use it.
Rangers can learn Wall of Fire spells.
Oh, nice. Hey, so it's ranger usable. I'll make a note of that.
Yeah. Basically usable by wizards and druids. And by extension, rangers.
Okay, well, to be honest, now knowing that he could cast it as well, I'm probably going through some of my others and working out if he could cast them, because if he can learn Leyspark's Blurred Lines, that'd be a hell of a...
I have a question about paladins in this. Can they learn Smite?
Not in 1st edition. There are no smite spells.
Damn it.
But you can dispel magic. Basically, you can give up an attack action to dispel any magic.
Which is useful.
Yeah, but I need to pick spells with you, Lena, Nick.
Huh?
I have 2 level 1s and a level 2 spell. I've only got 1 level 1 spell at the minute. So I'll pick
Are
them
these
out.
cleric spells?
Yeah, they're cleric spells.
If that's the case, I've finished that one. Then Saladin's just immediately going, right, and now to start on the next one and get out more nerdy books.
That's my girl.
And
And he
unroll.
gets the coffee and he gets the biscuits and Eldon pulls himself up on the stool. Right, let's get going.
Right, this one's one that Daddy was working on, but it doesn't. It looks like it's mostly finished.
Oscar just kind of leans over and is like, what now?
We found it in your house, you know, the one where you killed my dog.
And leans out the door. Just a reference. It was intended for anyone who came looking for me for reasons. Exes. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. And he runs off to go make dinner. But he is walking again.
Oh, that's good. That's the result of the sheer anger of Whiteman not being able to cook potatoes. He's now able to walk again.
Whiteman's now pretty good at potatoes.
So yeah, we'll be starting work on Fosco's Glen of Mystery.
Fantastic.
Ooh. Oh my! Oh right, that spell.
It is brutal. It is genuinely brutal.
Good spell, right?
Oh yeah, this is like way worse than anything I could come up with.
The enchantment illusion spell. Okay.
I'm surprised it didn't just take one look at it and go, that was a work in progress.
So, you, as the party, you'll go about your time enjoying your downtime. Your song is coming along in spades, inspired by your parents wanting to actually listen to something you've written, inspired by the drows being so interested to hire you, and just enjoying playing music, not with any greater objective of becoming a bard, but just enjoying music for the sake of enjoying music. A minstrel, who are likewise great warriors in many senses. Narlock, you enjoy your time with your family, with Rachel and some of the half-orcs from your tribe arriving in town, and each time ones start to arrive, they bring you small gifts from your homeland. And you keep noticing Ketzlakur just off to one side, usually as a homeless man, sometimes as a little girl, other times in his normal guise. Just kind of watching, just watching, making sure that everything's okay.
Do you know what? I'm actually going to go and speak to him. I'm going to inform him.
Okay. So you are intending to move to Basalt after this and take people across?
Yes. Now, there's just one more thing I need to update you on.
Mm-hmm.
Our friend.
The blue one?
That's the one.
The one with the scars?
I was shown in a vision by another friend of mine.
Can I show the symbol of Helm?
Yeah. That he is only here because he is doing a job for my final enemy. I'm trying to be subtle about it to him.
He kind of gets all the hints and
Yeah.
I mean, this guy's a spy for the next Legion Empire.
If, as you said, he likes to mess with his brother, perhaps that's the reason why he had come as far as here.
Makes sense.
I mean, I just look back. He was here after all. And I'm not talking about our blue friend. I'm talking about who he's working for. So it would stand to reason that maybe that's why he was here too.
It looks like my... Now, I don't want to say that my chain of connections missed something, but if he is actually able to slip through the net in such a way that my informants were not able to spot him, that is personally concerning. I will have to write the report back to Naswish about that.
My only thoughts on that would be he must have some alignment with it. Well, he does have an alignment with a god. What god that is, I do not know, but they must be able to help with that.
How much kids are playing about so much? Not enough. Gods are difficult. I know he tends to enjoy... I know that whenever it's been asked or raised, he always makes a phrasing along the lines in different languages of praise the sun. But he does that when the sun's not even in the sky, which is unusual for sun worshippers.
Well, that was something I noticed when I saw him in the vision, was on one arm, it looked like he had some dedication to a god, and on the other arm a dedication to another.
Yes, I know he has a pair of tattoos that are apparently matched.
Strangely, one was dark black and the other was bright sunshine, as if
Unfortunately,
it's like a him problem.
It sounds like a future problem for somewhere that he's going that hopefully isn't here.
Let's hope it isn't.
I will strengthen my informant connections and send word to Nesvish. I'm sure it would be good to know if he turns up in the Empire.
And if he does turn up again, let's just let's not bring these points up, but let's at least keep an eye on the fact that they exist.
That sounds like a very good idea to keep well informed.
Yeah. I will keep you informed as well on the movements of Vestalt once everything has been cleared, because the second that we can start getting some connections to to yourself and others around there, it'll be better to be able to establish a foothold.
I think that would be most good, my friend.
Oh. Till we meet again.
Oh, I'm always here. I just thought it'd be a good idea to keep an eye on the orcs that are arriving. You never know when someone's been corrupted. It's just a little bit of paranoia. A little bit of paranoia.
Well, if you notice anyone that is, you will know where to find me before I know where to find you.
Oh, definitely. For all you know, I might be your wife. And you kind of look around, you can see Rachel like cooking, like lunch. As you turn back, he's gone.
How does he do that?
Changelings.
I know, right?
Oh God, you really don't want to wake up next to him, do you? Last night was incredible.
Well, that's the thing. I get the impression with him in the same way that Elijah doesn't know what his original voice was. I am guessing that Air Ketzler cannot remember what his original form was.
Well, changelings, they can remember their original form. He did show you it once. It's that kind of doll-like appearance that they only revert to when they're dead or when they choose to. But that's their reset, effectively. But something Herr Ketzler has probably mentioned when you've been out drinking with him is he actually can't. He's no good at accents. So if he's appearing as a little girl, it's a little girl with a thick German accent.
Oh, Narlock, I didn't know that you were home again. Okay, Ketzler, you can drop the fucking act. You're not my wife.
What a shot.
I haven't laughed that hard since I was a little girl. Thank you.
or hang on, he would just stand next to her and go, "How long are you willing to play this gay chicken?"
Not that long. Doing like Kessler.
Amazing.
Very silly character, but it's like silly but slightly sinister. Like most Germans. So, with events concluded and downtime had, we arrive at the morning of the War Council. The four of you are collected individually and brought before the council, being held at Mayor of Lexington's home.
It's time for the messy bun of getting shit done.
Among the delegates include Mayor of Lexington himself, Lord Kane Blackheart, Andalgrim. There is Lana, who gestures to a seat to Roberto to sit beside her, which, as you'll know, you are here as the delegate of the Blue Phoenix Blackened Hunters. Rugsval's crew.
Just run through again quickly. Mayor of Lexington, Jacobs, Andalgrim,
Lana, Kane Blackheart, the 16th. Zed is here representing the army of the White Wolf.
In new art, he's showing off his new armor.
It is nice. You know, like the what are they called? The Skyrim.
The companion arm. I mean, I imagined it was the companion armor.
But instead of being a metal wolf helm, it's the kind of wolf head cloak.
Yeah. With the helmet telepathy inside it.
Of course, they stitched it in for you. It's now a permanent fixture.
I just kind of get, you know, like it's got the wolf's head emblazoned on the front. I get the feeling that in its mouth is that gem.
I can see that, yeah.
Nice.
I like that. She was yawning.
I think I know exactly what I'm going to be wearing.
Narlock, you are here representing the Nesvitian contingent with the entirety of the Nesvitian armada, the tribe of the Gatlock Cur, and also here representing the Church of Helm, of which the standing army of which is 2, including you.
And I know exactly how Narlock will be here dressed. His assassin's robes from Eric Hatzler.
Nice.
Ah, the adamantine studded leather armor.
He has never worn it formally.
Nice. It is very, very snug fitting, but in that way that means it's very easy to move.
Yeah, it's almost reminds me of when you said about it. I think I says it's sort of like without the mask, the armor you get from thingy in Skyrim.
The Nightingale armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, but without the mask or cape.
Yeah.
But you have your own cape, the cape of the bat.
Yeah.
Cape of the Batlock.
Yeah, he is the Batlock Cur. I love it. Celadine, how have you come dressed to the occasion?
The arcane night gear that White Band gave me for winter mass, and I'm not joking, yeah, tied up the hair in the messy bun of getting shit done.
You are accompanied on both sides by 2 kobolds. One is a kobold scribe, the other is a kobold guard.
Yes, I knew this was happening. Walk like I knew this was happening.
Give me a deception check.
You bastard.
For performance. Do you have skill in neither?
No, I
Walk
don't.
it like you own it.
Well, that's a 2.
You look awkward, but intimidatingly awkward.
Okay, good.
Roberto, what did you come attired in?
I'm probably going to say it's like the usual pirate attire that I have. I've got the mithril armor and stuff on, but for the actual jacket, it's basically the dandelion jacket that I had for the ball,
Yes.
as well, like the feathered hat. So I'm now blending bard with the pirate.
I like it. I like it very much.
Damn it, we are swanky.
I like dress up. I like D&D dress up.
Yeah. One day we'll actually get the pieces and we'll all sit around the table. Yeah.
Where am I going to
Okay.
get a purple jacket from? Anyway,
As you, I know a place. They actually do it where I used to get most of my goth clothes. They
sweet.
actually do sell purple, like faux leather stuff.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Alongside them are the arrivals, including a delegate from the dwarves of Dunda, and Huntsmaster Yanlor has arrived,
Oh,
who nods at you as soon as you walk in,
excellent.
and he is stood to the side of Andal. All right, nice to see we've got everybody here. As you know, I am Mayor of Lexington, and I will commence this war council. And he slams a fist down on the table in the same way as an old person would slam a gavel.
Zed quickly picks up his goblet before he slams on the table.
You kind of see everyone do that, and he's like, cheers! All right. Wait, do the right accent.
We're all going to die.
Optimism now, Saladin. Optimism.
Well, I say, Mayor of Lexington, and it's the gnome Lawmaster Jacobs from Dale standing up on his chair. I think it would be most appropriate to include our newest 6 members in the plans that we have already formed before their arrival. Of course, naming the heroes of Dale on this war council was a very good idea I had. I had. You shrimp. You behemoth, sit down.
Does everyone know the phrase lions led by donkeys?
No, I actually don't.
It's one in World War II. Yeah. Basically, because all the generals would stay miles and miles behind the front lines making stupid decisions while all the brave people went over the top. Sorry.
As well as our newest delegates, Huntsmaster Yan Law and our friend, the dignitary speaking for the low gaffer of the Dwarves of Dunda, of the Ironfoot clan. It's nice to see you again, Clarice. It's nice to see you too. You see that this dwarf is very clearly female, but you can see like the mixed scabbards that would fit multiple shotguns in her back.
Nice.
So I do declare the plan we have at present is 4-part, and we would like your inclusion in what we should do to finish these plans before we begin them at the tail end of the month, before the assault on Vestal begins in proper. So, the 4 areas we have planned at the moment include, we'll be having the dragons, all 3 of them, should the white one be included. She'll do her part. She has not yet agreed to do her part. So far, we only have the blue and the black one. But they will be dropping troops in strategic locations well before the start of the fight. Therefore, we will be in strategic advantages over our enemies. The White Kobold Rangers will be getting into one of these strategic locations along the Tulak border, alongside the Dwarves of Dunda, hoping to flush out the forests of any ne'er-do-wells that would cause us problems. The Nesvitian Armada, and he points to Narlock, and the Blackened Hunters, and points to Lana and Roboto, naval to assault from the north and cut off support from Sapilda Sternhoff, the northern island, where we understand they are getting troops in support from the monsters that make that island their home. And last but not least, including as well the kobolds, pointing at Saladin, the knights and militia and rangers of the White Wolf, pointing at Zed, and other members of the foot units, pointing at himself, Mayor of Lexington, and other delegates there. They will attack. They and the animals that they rely on will be attacking from the border. Troops have already begun stationing there, have informed us that the Vestultian front line is still holding strong. What additions do the 4 of you think would be advisable? You've all met the enemy, you've survived the enemy. We would appreciate your input, all of you.
I go into my bag of holding and I take out one of the 6 remaining giant pipe bombs. You remember this, Mayor of Lexington?
That's a fun thing to have on the table.
At least
I
you
like
saw
it.
with the end cut off. You saw how powerful they were going down the sled.
Yeah, cut down a third of the mountain.
Imagine if these were an explosive.
I like where you're thinking.
I bought these, had them specifically made so that, and I look round to the Gatlock Cur. If the rest of the Gatlock Cur members who are, like myself, very good at sneak, can get ahead of the rest of you to plant these on the enemy lines, I expect for these to blow up quite a few soldiers advancing on us and at least give you an opening foothold.
I like this idea. Well, I say we can make it one better. Lady Celadine, how would your kobolds be able to undermine the enemy troops?
That was actually going to be my suggestion as well.
Great
Yeah.
minds think alike.
they're not necessarily good foot soldiers, but they are extraordinarily good tunnelers. We could undermine the entirety of their front lines.
Front lines, back lines, side lines, walls.
We could undermine everything in Vestalt if we wanted.
We just need enough charges and equip the kobolds with more than enough that they can get into decent position.
In that case, then all me and my men would need to do, if the kobolds can get those down there, is if the kobolds can leave the cables free, my men and I, who are able to sneak through, would be able to attach the charges, and then that's just attaching a detonator. That's simple.
Oh, I should mention before going forward, the 4 of you will not be on the front line.
No, but it's just if they can get through with the devices I give them, they can do it.
That's fine then, because we'll get to the part that you 4 will be needing to play after we have implemented these plans.
I would advise that you don't blow all of them up though. The kobolds will need some routes in and out, for they'll be able to get supplies to you without taking them overground.
Can I turn to one of my kobolds and ask, how quickly can you re-dig a tunnel? Especially when the earth has been loosened by a massive explosion.
They kind of chatter to each other in what I love is the name of the kobold language, Yik Yak. I literally saw that a few minutes ago. I didn't It's called Yik Yak. It's draconic, but it sounds like a yapping dog. So you use like a little barking back and forth, and you make out a few draconic words.
Quite literally, whenever White Band tells them off, it is yakety yak, don't talk back.
I can't bear it, they're too cute.
It's annoying how good kobolds are.
Oh yeah.
Just kind of the scribe one looks up at you and then looks at the crowd and goes, it's easier to dig something that's been dug once than blown up. It's like a third of the time. Unless you blow something up and something gets stuck in it, in which case it might take a little bit longer. You know, lunch break.
Of course, yes. Wouldn't be a problem if it was in a lot of tin. The things that fall in might well be knights in full armour.
Do you have canned food in elf culture?
All right, well, moving swiftly on from that.
There's like several Snickers from all around.
I think a few of the half orcs with Narlock would just see the knights in armor that are with others and just go, oh.
We also need to consider the additional forces. It's not just the Paladins of Bane which lie beyond the border here anymore. From my last letters that I sent to Mayor Blexington and also to my predecessor, we'll also be dealing with a large contingent of the Elven Kingdom under the Elf King.
That is why we have enlisted the help of the Nesvitian Armada and the Blackened Hunters, and gestures again to Roberto and Lana, to cut off supplies from the Northern Island where the elves make their route. I'm very sorry to any elves at the table, but it is your people that are attacking. Well, in the same way as it's my people that attacked years ago by undermining Torgaval. I thought we didn't talk about that. You don't talk about that. I'm fucking proud.
Yeah. Plus we. Sorry, Saladin can go on if that.
Adding to your point, we also know for a fact that the Paladins of Bane do appear to have flying mounts of some description. I'm not sure if they are the chimeras which have been supplied or if it's their own celestial mounts. Either way, they have air support. We have got 2, possibly 3 dragons, but as you say, they're more used as drop ships than they are as aerial combat.
Oh yeah. Information we've managed to gather from the front line says that I believe they're referred to as the Avenging Angels of Bane, are mostly staying to within a mile of each of the cities. If we can destroy the ground troops and possibly arm enough of our own troops with aerial attacks, such as the Rangers and likewise, and with the support of the Dunda riflemen. We may be able to hold them off long enough for this plan to work, but we don't have a whole lot of air support besides dragons.
Have we considered Urds?
What's an Erd?
Oh, it's a kobold with wings.
Very powerful magic user with wings. Is that something we could do?
I'd have to speak with them and with Whiteband, of course, but I could see them being of some use. I could certainly I could spend all my time between now and the war actually teaching them any spell you think would be useful to try and take out or at least distract these avenging angels long enough.
I think that's a mighty fine idea. Now, I would like to turn to the Lesvician and Blackened Hunters contingent. Mr. Robato, you are here speaking for the former Captain Rooksmouth, I understand.
At this point, Robato actually stands up. Is there a map on the table?
There is, yes.
Fantastic.
It is the map I've sent to all of you, so it's, yeah.
I would say, because with the map there, Robato has a look and he's looking at the...
Do you want me to grab the map?
If you don't mind, actually.
Yeah, of course.
How do I spell Ariel?
A-E-R-I-L.
Oh, yeah, that's where I'd gone wonky. Yeah, thank
Of course
you.
I know that one.
But Robato just sort of like, he's sort of muttering a little bit, but he's like, okay, so there's Blue
Yep.
Phoenix, Blackened Hunters.
So where the Blackened Hunters and the Nesvicians are, they're going to be running this track here
Okay,
to basically block off support from the island up here.
from that storm.
Yeah,
Okay,
still know the stern stuff.
so that's where they're going to be.
Yeah, so all across this border here.
I'd like to throw in a suggestion
Please,
with,
that's why you're here.
say, right, Lana, what's your basic, what would usually be your main strategy when dealing with hostile ships?
Ram the ship first into the front, jump on board, slaughter everyone bar a third.
Okay, I like that. I turn to representatives for Nesvish and Narlock.
Mhm.
What would your strategy be? What would you think would be your main approach?
You can ask one of the half-orcs that are there, or you could make probably a history check, see how much you know of Nesvician nautical combat.
I have a feeling I know what weapon that they use for that. History. What does history roll off of?
Intelligence.
In which case it's 14.
14. You know enough of Nesvician tactics that they like to stay quite far away from their enemies. They don't really like to get the ships too close, and they use sheer firepower to overwhelm the enemies.
I thought that might be the case, in which case let's go. What do you think, Father? Is it still the same? Mm-hmm. Trebuchet.
Okay, so we have one that wants to go all in, the other that likes to do more range. My suggestion, if it's possible, perhaps one of us can form a blockade to try and cut them off, distract them. Lana and her crew can then, from one direction, go straight at them. So while we form the blockade, keeping them busy, they may not see Lana approach. From the distance, there's the firepower being supported by the Nesvicians. If
Are you talking about assaulting Stamilda Cernsnoff while we're also targeting the Stilt?
it's possible, do
idea.
some kind of pincer attack and at least have one start the blockade to distract them. If we can then entrap them, they may not be able to get in there to provide support, cutting off further supplies plus preventing the crew. If possible, Lana, I know how much you like to pillage and plunder.
It is one of my hobbies.
Well, with our support, perhaps if possible, we can take the other ships as well. We can take prisoners, unless, of course, if the call for give no quarter is involved.
She's looking at the idea of that, and then Jake has actually poked up. Oh, they're not sending ships.
Oh,
It's monsters. That island is full of monsters.
I see. Ah,
The elves will be flying in on the back of chimeras and manticores, and that's what we need to stop. So if we can just make a blockade, and I like the idea of assault as well, because it keeps them distracted, we're not going to be able to take any ships here, because there won't be any.
we'll just
One of the orcs at the back just holds up a torch. Flaming trebuchet.
Hey, improvised
I'll
weapons.
include that.
There's still time for improvised weapons, and perhaps, and I'd look to the representative for Dundar. I know how incredible dwarven technology can be as well. Hey, if there's anything that can provide support which can then actually take some of those bastards out of the air, heck, if we can have anything that might provide rope traps possibly, which can then tie them down, ground them, or even make them dive into the water, not free themselves, drown.
I've just got this thought, and I don't know if it would work because I don't know anything about the gunpowder technology. I know gunpowder doesn't work when it's wet, but there must be some variant that does work underwater. And wouldn't anything swimming underwater get confused and disorientated if we could make an explosion happen underwater as well?
Underwater explosions.
Because it's quite a narrow channel coming from this island towards, I mean, I'm assuming if they're coming from there, that's quite a narrow channel. Well, that's their only real route in. We could
Narlock starts
effectively-
drawing on paper.
we could effectively fill it with, make the environment such that anything in the water can't swim through it.
Lana, if I'm right, the further down into the water you go, the more the pressure builds up, yes?
Aye.
So what if we filled something with gunpowder to a point that the trigger will go only when it gets to a certain depth? If we do that, you could set off an explosion underneath something before the gunpowder even has a chance to get wet.
If we're talking about sending something down that's not going to get wet, and we're talking about big pressure damage, what about a diving bell?
That works too.
We're building we're building mines. That's what
We are building wartime weapons here.
We're in war. It's a war.
It goes peace.
This is a war. It's not meant to be peace.
Those are very good ideas.
Thank you very much. I just sort of like give a bit of a bow to everyone and just sit down again.
As soon as you sit down, Lana just leans over and clocks you in the shoulder. Nice.
And I just whack her as hard as I can. So, thanks.
She kind of gets you in a bit of a headlock. Okay. And from Father Zed, any...
I'm considering from the borders. You've got the giants and the elf refugees are already keeping watch on the southern border of Vestalt. Ever since they made peace, I haven't heard any word. Is it? Am I?
You talk about the
looking...
southwestern side, over
Yeah.
the mountains.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Just make this. Do you want me to send another map to the party?
Yeah. Yes, please. Because I've got an idea in my head, but I'm guessing the feeling it's wrong.
I think you're on the right track. It's just locations.
And the southeast, into the what's the name of that area?
The southeast is mountains into the ocean.
I thought wasn't Roberto's homeland in that direction?
No, that's directly south of...
That's southwest. That's directly southwest.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've sent a map to the group.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, I was thinking something weird there.
Okay, yeah, we know that we have good reason to believe that they won't invade over Tulok, so we might be able to only use a small contingent there because the chimeras are actually patrolling the border that are ruling Tulok at the moment.
That's why we're using the dragons to drop the rangers and our allies in good positions, avoid the Chimera completely.
And as for I believe the main contingent should be will be at Pelennor, where I know we've already got a large force coming up there. So my only concern is our southern border. Ever since Brayla was annexed by Vestalt,
Information from the south has been not good, but it doesn't look like anyone will be attacking from the south. We can send a contingent from Kelner to keep a watchful eye, and possibly even enlist the help of the Harkon tribe of Gnolls to keep a watchful eye.
yes, because I get the maybe if they're alerted there is an assault going on Vestalt, they may send the armies prematurely up from the south to try and sandwich us between them.
I think that's a good idea. Avoid a southern assault.
I don't know if they've actually taken control of the tunnel to the southern waste via Drowhold. I pointed that. I know it passes through the Underdark, but I don't know what the Braylands have been doing, so I'm not sure if there's anything to accept coming in from the wastes.
I mean, going via Drowhold would involve them. It would involve Vestalt effectively declaring war on the Drow altogether, which I'm not saying it's out of the realms of possibility for them, but it seems silly to start another war while they're busy with this one. But I do agree we should definitely have at least the Gnolls and a small contingent along our southern border. Let's not have an obvious contingent though. If they start seeing us set up an army, they might think to send their own.
Andalgrim perks up at this. I can speak to Traveller, the Drow Ranger. He can take his rangers south. I don't know, claim it's a exercise or to check in on family. From what he said, the Drow hold is still protected and the Underdark is safe.
So I would also advise that you speak to Burrs as well. Him and the Hawknuff tribe that stayed in the southern areas know the land at Brayla's border well. They'll be able to keep track of there because a lot of them moved up through the south.
Would you be able to arrange that, Zed?
I know where Burrs is hanging out at the moment. I'll pass the message on.
Fantastic. I wouldn't want to plan.
So now let's get to the crux of it. Where do we come into this?
I'm so glad you asked.
If I may, one small thing before we get to that, and it is one very small thing. Mayor of Lexington, your daughter absolutely cannot be involved in any of this. If she can't leave Torgaval altogether, then she needs to be placed underground under severe guard.
Already done. Me, Granny, and her can't leave the city.
You do understand this entire war is over her?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And everyone's just nodding.
She is absolutely the crux. We cannot let anyone take her.
There's just kind of a moment of that kind of sinking in, at which point Jacobs is the first one to stand up. I always keep losing that accent. It's really annoying. Go on, sorry. No, that's Texan. Well, I say, as he stands up again on his chair. I don't think it really matters that Miss Gwen Flexington is the crux of all this, or that she's the reason for all this. I think the only thing that matters is that they're attacking our home! Sorry, got a little bit taken away. I didn't mean to shout there. What I mean is, I think if we deal with this in a speedy and equivalent manner, then I don't think we need to worry too much.
I also offer the experience. I'm sure that Sir Gestalt and the veteran officers will wield their weapons in defense of the city as well. Even if they can't face the front lines anymore, they will still raise their weapons to defend what is most important.
Kane Blackheart takes a chance to stand up at this. And the Blackheart Hunters will remain as a local contingent for the city, protecting its walls and its forests.
Narlock just calls back to the half-orcs with them, and he's got the banner with him in his hand.
It's like 3 or 4 half-orcs with you, and they're just like stood behind you, crossed arms.
Gatlock Kerr, this is our way forward to find a new home, so we will protect it too.
Haru! Haru! Haru!
And that reminds me, actually, we don't expect interference from your baleful hunters or whatever they were.
Who are you looking at over
So, we were told that they were Nesvetian, didn't we? Those hunters.
Were they Nesvetian or prismatic steel?
Prismatic Steel?
Ah,
But I do like that. I'm not going to wreck on that one.
mhm.
I thought we were told that they came from like the secret army of one of the Nesvetian orders.
No, they're Prismatic Steel, which is something you're corrected at the table. I think one of the half-orcs stepped forward. Is he talking about the Prismatic Steel auras?
That's the ones, little bastards.
Ooh. Just like a shiver down this massive orc's spine.
Yeah, we've had an encounter with them already on this continent. Do we expect any further interference?
Just kind of a look of kind of looking around each other, and just finally Jakes is the one to speak up again. Well, I don't think the Prismatic Steel are getting involved. We haven't seen any of their light ships or anything like that, and they're the other side of the world. I mean, if they had hunters all the way out here, I'd assume it was a small contingent. And we've not had any incursions from elfin hunters wielding green fire. And he kind of is making a bit of a joke of it, but all the orcs kind of looking at him is like, all right, that's on the joke about, understood. We'll look into the Prismatic Steel, but I doubt very much that they're involved.
All I can think to say is that it wouldn't be their place to get involved in something like this. It doesn't hold much of a benefit for them.
No.
Very well.
This isn't part of the Nesvetian War.
Theirs was a different affair because the ones we encountered were lying in wait.
They were also here for Bosco.
If they wanted to get involved, it'd make more sense to wait till after this war and then try and take out whichever side is now weakened.
That sounds accurate and concerning.
I'm not saying they will, it's just...
Sorry, that was just a nightmare horror I did not expect that I needed to worry about.
Yeah, out of character, do we have someone from Tuscal here? Do we have representatives of Halfton and no?
No, Tulok is neutral. Tulok is not involved.
Okay, so yeah, we don't need to worry about Tulok.
You said you had something in mind for us four.
Yes, I think it would be advisable if the four of you, we are in understanding that this war's crux is one Richter Belmont, the Crusader. At least this part of whatever's going on. We are also informed by a reliable source, and every eye at the table turns to Lana, that if in this situation you remove the head of the snake, then the snake does indeed die. And it's not just replaced. Is that correct? Aye. If my granddad, our granddad, passes away and is kept away, then the stilt will fall in line behind whoever you choose to put on the throne, as long as they're appropriate. And she goes into the same spiel that you've all heard about Richter coming back multiple times, and when someone who is unworthy sits the throne, it's not ended well. He's just come back a lot angrier.
So our part in all this is to kill Richter Belmont.
That is correct. We believe a small group such as yourselves has a much better chance than a full-waged war on the Vestalt Citadel.
We know that that's where he'll be then.
It's where he's told us he'll be. And Lord Jacobs throws out the same letter that the four of you delivered to him 6 months ago. His literal words, "Come fight me in my house if you think you can win."
Richter is, of course, the main target, but we've also got to consider the other major threats. Most prominently, Skura.
Blexington. Skura said that he'd be attacking in the 5th month. We're attacking on the 3rd month. I've never known him to break a promise, especially not one of genuine threat and terror.
Very well.
In which case, he doesn't, it seems like then he possibly won't get as involved here. And it's not so much him as his parents we really need to be worried about, but we have it that to take Richter from the picture and to take that army, to cut the head off that snake, will make them much weaker.
Yeah. Without Richter, the Lead Witch loses a lot of influence. Very well. Then focusing on Richter's side, you still have Samson, Raven Kit.
All of Asimlock's generals, of which we only know a few. We know there's a certain number and we can identify some of them. But I don't think we've got nearly the names of all of them. Certainly not descriptions of all of them.
No.
That said, if they're allied to Asim, then hopefully they're not going to attack until he does. It's a long hope, I know, but it's...
Yes.
But the main plan that we have involving all of you, which is what we need to be focusing on at the moment, we can work out the next step once we get past this step. Deal with one snake at a time. Is 3 days after the attack begins, we will have weakened the forces and distracted them and thinned them out just enough that on the back of White Band, the Nurgalak, the Blue Dragon,
Yes.
the four of you will go in on his back and be dropped off inside the city of Vestalt while the main attack is going on. Hopefully, the streets will be in such disarray you can make it to the Citadel of Bane, which is where he will be, and you can defeat him and bring this war to a brutal conclusion.
Do we have any papers that might show us anything on the layout of the Citadel, any kind of information on it in that regards?
We know nothing of the inside of Vestalt. Laura at this point stands up. I know that Citadel like the back of my hand. You'll find him through the front door. This ain't some kind of maze. This isn't some kind of keep or castle. He's always said if he's going to be beaten, he'll be defeated in the Citadel of Bane. Citadel, replace that word with cathedral. You're going into a church to kill him. It's happened 5, 6, 7, 8 times before, but it's never stuck.
So is there a side entrance I can use to probably get a drop on him and maybe do a bit more damage?
There's the rafters. You might be able to climb up the rafters once you're inside, but other than the main entrance, there's no other ways in or out.
So it's got to be once I'm inside.
So, Celadine, can you create a copy of Narlock to walk through the door with us?
Absolutely. I can do you one better. I can turn him invisible as well. I could turn all of us invisible if you want.
He'll probably know that if he's as powerful as he seems, which he is. So maybe if you turn me invisible and make a copy, then one copy walks in while the other me, I think I have a potion of invisibility left. The other me, no, it's a scroll of invisibility I have. So the other me goes inside with you, and I will then make my way to the rafters. If I can get a backstab on him, I can at least whittle him down a bit for us to be able to then fight our way through him. And let's face it, between your spells, Zed and Roberto wailing on him, and me trying to take it from a distance, we should be able to do it.
Yes. All right. There was a question I had. You said so far we've only had confirmation that Brynval and Nergalak will be helping. Nothing from Lady Ixon.
She'll help. She's not confirmed that she'll help. She'll help. This is just Blaxington reiterating. She doesn't want to talk to the other dragons, but she'll talk to me. I'll make my way up the mountain tomorrow morning, have a real chat with her, point out what needs to go on.
And I assume her brood are too young to take part.
That seems like a really cruel thought.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I'm just weighing up our options.
Only adults in this war.
Yeah.
Even only adult dragons.
I wasn't actually sure how old they're.
No. I think it's been mentioned a couple of times that her children are adolescents and wormlings.
In which case, yeah, no.
Yeah, pre-adult, like teenager dragons. She's still like 200 years old.
Yeah. I don't expect that we have any that we can expect any interference from any of the other potential dragon threats.
You're talking about Grover.
I mean, three dragons moving across the continent in may not exactly be close proximity, but it might be an interest to them.
My only reason to think that might not be the case is that the Paladins of Bane are notorious dragon hunters.
It's, again, don't forget, Grover is it's an ancient worm. So,
He turns up, we're all going to die, and it won't matter which side we're on at that point.
unless you grovel and offer a lot of money and rubies and other treasures.
I think we just have to hope he doesn't turn up.
Right.
That being said, that has just given me a thought. With dragons being our drop ships, effectively, is there any way the blue veins aren't here, are they? No, the Ironfoots are.
The blue veins are there, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Could the blue
Queen King Brunhilde is there.
King Brunhilde, what do you think of the idea of armoring at least the underside of our dragons? If they're flying overhead, then let's make it as hard as possible for their ground troops to get a shot off.
We can ask each one, see if they're up for it. We can easily fit them with some light mithril.
I mean, I doubt Brynval will go for it, but the other two might.
Andor says, apparently Brynval's planning something that will help.
Oh, good. All right.
I hope it works. He won't let me heal him.
He spits.
I think that's just because he doesn't like you.
Just how corrosive is dragon acid?
Takes the flesh off the bone.
What does it do to metal?
That's not a bad idea.
Maybe he's just planning something really draconic.
All right. You know what? We shouldn't really meddle in the affairs of dragons as much as possible, but make the offer of the armour.
Will do.
Okay.
And you have the forge works going at full pelt in Dale as well. providing
They're
supplies
going to
for-
keep working till the end of the month.
So, plan of action. I'll be teaching the Urds who need it or ask it any range spells that will help knock avenging angels out of the sky.
Ooh, I got to go a bit further than I thought. This is quite nice. Is everyone okay to go to midnight or?
Yeah, no problem.
I might, if we're flying across through this, I might be able to cast a spell that might be able to interfere with some of the wing troops. I can call it an insect swarm that covers a fast range.
Just make sure you're strong enough to deal with the Crusader. Don't want you going in weakened any more than necessary.
Prep work could. Zed, you can create food and water, can't you?
I can.
You could be making up as many ration packs as we can possibly make, and first aid kits, that sort of thing.
First aid kits will be more reliable. We've got more than enough food and drink.
I can. So I'm no alchemist, but I can work with the rangers. My healing ability comes from my magic.
I assume that Huntsmaster Yanlaw is happy enough to work with Androgrim on flushing out the forests of any elves that may already be hiding there.
Finally, after taking a look at him, he's got a very sly grin on his face, pointed at you, like genuinely sort of impressed. My troops are already in the forests, masquerading as members of Breck's troops.
Oh. Well, that's fantastic. Yes, that was going to be the suggestion.
Don't cut the pointy bits. It's an old Elvish phrase. I think it's very similar to that human one of don't cut off your nose to spite your face, but with a lot more revenge. Stabbing.
So can we take it as read then that that Break doesn't have nearly as many elf reinforcements in those forests as he thinks he does?
Information from my scouts, most of his elvish forces are in those forests or have been rediverted by the giants further north in Fandetro.
We're already going in as an advantage then. We've got information they haven't.
Exactly. The only thing we need to be concerned about is their elven archers are a hell of a lot better than any archers we can vouch. Sorry, Amble. Nah, that's fine. So we were thinking we can actually send troops through the forest, flush out the elves, and then rely on Brynval to acid bath. He'll be taking the forest path with us.
You know what? It's not a bad idea. This could work. This could actually work.
Roberto just turns to Lana and said, okay, Lana, so if I'm going to be going in with White Band and Celadine, Nala, Zed, who's going to be commanding the Blue Phoenix?
You're here as a representative of Rogsmalg. Rogsmal's already preparing his troops.
Fantastic. That's good. Okay.
Don't worry, we weren't expecting you to lead your first time. We got more important jobs for you to deal with, two hands.
Mm-hmm. I just sort of look at my hands like...
Preparation-wise, Narlock and Roberto, can you be working with Lana and Rugsmog on building these exploding diving bell ideas?
You can get on with that.
I'm just trying to
We'll see if
divvy up.
Tweaker's up for it.
Oh, well, he's insane. That'll be brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
I'm basically working out what we need to be doing as our prep work because this battle plan sounds like it will work.
So out of RP, I think you have all planned enough. At this point, this is for me to run.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you put things in place. We're going into very fast downtime on the run up to the fight. And if I think we're right, we'll be able to end tonight just before the boss fight with Richter.
Oh, shit.
Ready to start next session with a boss fight.
Does anybody want to drink before this whole thing happens, or...?
I'm okay. I might go to the toilet really quick. Just a heads up, on the 12th of the second month, there is an explosion at the Temple of Fenrir Sulfur. Roberto, you do not notice this because you have finished your masterpiece. The two of you wound up actually getting your passes on the same day.
Yeah.
Only just. Jenny, did you want anything to drink or
Yeah, I'd actually love a drink. Thank you.
would you like
I'll just have cola. I can't have anything else.
cola?
Yeah, pours a quick coke while I nip the nothing.
No, I'm okay.
Yeah, some ice in it. Yeah, just pour out that water. It form our ice cubes. Oh god, this is all getting very tense. Right. You know this. I'm going to teach them magic missile. I'm going to teach the Urds magic missile because it can't miss.
Nice.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's going to be a wonderful target practice, isn't it?
It can't possibly miss, and all we need them to do is knock the avenging angels out the sky. We don't need them to kill them.
Saladin,
Yes.
between working on your final spell, you and White Band together, and Ifandes winds up joining you in teaching the Urds specific range spells.
Okay. Do I need to list what I've got in mind, or
Do you have something in mind?
magic missile?
They were actually going to suggest the same thing. You
Can't
don't have to
possibly.
aim it.
Don't have to aim it, which is fantastic. There's no recoil on it, so the poor little buggers aren't going to knock themselves out. And they do not need to. They don't need to kill the avenging angels. Only knock them out of the sky.
Ifandes recommends teaching them shield as well, so that way they can actually defend themselves in the sky. Or if they are
Thank you. That's right.
attached to dragons, then they can defend the dragon that they're being carried by.
You know what? Yeah, excellent idea. So they will at least all be taught magic missile and shield.
Okay. And on the 15th day of the second month, you complete your father's spell.
Bosco's Glen of
Glen of Mysteries.
Yes. This is a brutal, brutal spell.
So as I said, on the 12th, all of you except for Roberto heard this explosion in the Temple of Fenrir Sulfur. If any of you go to investigate, you will find paladins and rangers trying to get into Zed's rooms, but the doors are locked.
The actual temple doors are locked.
Oh, the actual temple doors. Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, the top. Some of the windows are cracked, and there appears to be black smoke coming out of the windows.
Narlock and Rachel out for a walk, and she just slaps him, and he goes, "That was not my fault."
I honestly assumed it was Tweaker.
And you hear a lot of howling.
Cool.
Tweaker's escaped to the wolf pens.
Tweaker is working. Nothing wrong with Tweaker.
I think
There's a lot wrong with Tweaker, but let's leave that alone.
I think when this is happening, Roberto just literally writes the title, Ladies of the Moon, a 2-part performance by Roberto Two Hands Brightson.
Nice. High five.
Hey! And I'm just like,
Okay. Anything else the party would like to mention?
Is this before the march on the 22nd?
Yeah.
There is one thing I wanted to do on the night of the 21st.
Okay, we'll get to that when we get to the 21st, if that's all right.
Yeah, basically the night before the attack.
Yeah, no problem. Before the attack starts.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Anyone else before the 21st? Or just getting ready for war?
probably write one more message to my mummy and daddy just to say I'm about to go into a great big fight. And I hope this is not the last letter I'll send. But if so, my house is in Torgavall, and I just basically say, yeah, do come visit. And if you want the place, then it's yours. I'm basically just saying, yeah, my possessions currently in there, they belong to you, should anything happen.
Okay. Narlock, obviously, White Band assists you in getting civilians to the Temple of the Unclosing Eye, and over the course of a few days, by the 3rd day of the 2nd month, about 18 days before the attack starts, the doors close on the temple with enough people and food within to sustain them for about 3 months, just in case.
I just before going, just tell Rachel I will be back. We will all be back.
She just kind of takes your hand and presses your hand against her stomach again so you can feel your babies moving. Okay, come back. Just come back.
I will. And hey, maybe we'll have a new home.
I like that. Okay. Zed.
Okay, Zed's going to spend the intervening time working with the weavers of Leyspark's raiments.
Leyspark's Luminaries.
Yeah, working with the Luminaries and all of that to create bandages and put together basic first aid kits. Also going out with the hunters to scout out healing herbs.
Okay.
And bits like that. He will speak to Burrs and ask him if he can take a small contingent to keep Brayla's border safe.
All right.
And the day before. What the hell? I've not read any. What feature notes?
Chill.
Am I giving you bad ideas?
No, it's just your ideas have actually linked way too well with my own ideas.
Yeah, I keep getting into your head, don't I?
Apparently.
Yeah.
Dungeon Master headspace.
Okay, time for some mushy shit. Yeah. The night before, Zed will go to see Rollbar.
Aww.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, he will go there and spend the evening, and he will present that ring that I said. He'll say, I'm hoping that I will be back to give you this proper, but if I come once this is over, I'd like it if you would consent to be. Yeah, I hate getting mushy.
I'm just kind of looking at the ring just this entire time, and it's difficult to see a bugbear blush under all that fur, but yeah.
So I don't need to answer now, but answer when I get back. But just please keep it on you.
He kind of latches it onto a chain that you can see has got like lots of trinkets from like other things. And as you start to leave, clearly embarrassed, he kind of grabs your hand and pulls you in for a kiss.
Oh,
just come back, okay?
We will. I will. We all will.
Saladin, while Zed is doing this.
As it was the last day before the fight, I didn't work on any spells or anything that day. It was fully spent with my family. But when the evening falls, I'm just going to say I'm going out for the night. I'm not sure if I'll be back or not, okay? Don't worry, I'm perfectly safe. I'm not leaving Torgaval.
Just make sure you don't. We've already lost 2 for dinner. And there's the empty seats where Andrew and Lana would normally sit.
Don't worry, I'm not even going to leave the walls of Torgaval. I'm perfectly safe here. Nothing bad happens here.
All right.
And then once I'm going to head to White Band's caves.
Okay.
And knock at the door.
You knock, and they're sliding the rock door aside is White Band. He's in the black robe that Brynval gave him, and got his spectacles on, and he's clearly just looking over some books. And then as he sees you, he's like, go, go, go. And just like about 3 dozen kobolds bolt out the back door. Hi. And he just takes his glasses off.
Hi. Okay, it's taken me a really, really, really long time to work up the nerve to say this, and I'm going to need you to be quiet until I finish, because if you're not, I'll probably lose my nerve.
Puts a finger over his lips.
I love you. I love you, and I'm really scared that we're all going to die, and I'm really scared of what might happen even if we don't die, because there's a whole bunch of other things that might happen. And can I stay here tonight? I really don't want to be on my own.
Still kind of staying completely quiet, he steps to one side and opens the door all the way for you to come in.
Walk in.
Goes behind you, and before we fade to black on that with whatever you want. You're always welcome here. Okay. Zed, I did mean to actually say to you, you do finish your other spell
Yes,
on the 5th day of the 3rd month. I'm very sorry about that.
that's fine. Well, yeah, I kind of started working on that one, so now so that's the grace, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll say that one came to him in a prayer.
Nice. Okay. The
Yeah.
morning.
Oh, sorry. That's one last thing he'll do after the whole incident. Before he turns in for the night, he will offer one last prayer to the white wolf to guide all that march in the morning.
You feel his presence, but feels very spread at the moment.
That's understandable.
With gearing up hockey to go, Narlock shall speak to her, but as if he's speaking through her to Helm, just to say, keep us safe, and we will keep them all safe. We'll protect. That's what we're for, isn't it?
Hockey just kind of nuzzles into your chest, and you feel this very protective element.
Frozen. Sorry, you froze there for a second.
Are we okay now?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Hockey kind of presses into Narlock, and it's just this very protective feel to her.
Yep, good to know somebody's got my back.
Kind of like trots around the back of you and is watching in every direction. And before you turn in, you hear a voice above. Don't worry, we're always keeping watch, my friend.
Get out of my house!
I'm not in your house, I'm in your chimney.
That's not the house.
Ho, ho, ho.
Oh, God.
Ow, ho, it's a changeling. Celadine.
Oh, yes.
Around 1 o'clock in the morning, White Band has made a bed for you to sleep on. And you wake up thinking you're cuddling him. And as you wake up, you see the long blue tail, as he's in his draconic form, is just kind of wrapped around you and over you. So you're both hugging it and the tail is hugging you.
Oh.
And his head is just to one side, and you hear him mutter in like the moments before he realizes that you're actually awake. I love you too.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, how's everyone feeling?
My feels, they hurt.
Yep.
Do people want to keep playing, or should we call that there? And then we can do the battles next session, probably next Tuesday.
I think it might be best to leave it there. 'Cause
That
it's like,
feels like a clincher.
feels-
Right?
Yeah.
we leave it on the cusp.
Okay. The next day begins the war.
Oh my god,
Oh, that was so good.
that was a lot of roleplay.
Told you.
We're finally going to start battling next week. We haven't battled in ages,
So
actually.
hang on, at this moment in time, so keep this in your recorded video. Both of our campaigns at the same time have come to their conclusive battle.
Oh, this isn't a conclusive battle.
No,
But this is only a demi-boss.
Oh yeah, Richter's the mini boss.
yeah, the main boss is the Dancing King or the big Skura battle.
Yeah.
But no, I think Strahd doesn't have to end. There's still a lot more of Barovia to explore. But you've decided at this point it's time to face Batty McBatface.
Yes.
It's because he's invited us to it, because we have we've taken his woman away from him. Dickhead.
He killed the violin twins. Now he has to die.
Yes.
So, feedback as always. You guys are all absolutely amazing. Dudley, you were amazing with music. I love the name. I love everything in the War Council. You were amazing for that. Well done. Really creative. Chris, I like the idea of taking Rachel to the temple where you knew she'd be safe.
Well, you had said before that the only thing that could get through those walls is whoever was allowed, and anything else couldn't touch it. So I thought, if I leave her there, because I've let her in, she can't get out and nothing can get in. She's safe.
Right. And I absolutely loved that you actually went back to the Under Temple of Helm, the Crypt of Helm.
Yeah.
That felt like a really nice bookend for Narlock's story.
Although he did lie through his fucking teeth there. But
Yeah.
It was only through half his teeth.
Mostly half. Zed, Nick, just absolutely amazing. Well done for remembering about the armor. Fantastic going to Dale. I love the fact you actually went to check on the black market. That was actually really kind of fun. I had to go back through all my notes to find my Dale page.
That's it. Well, the black market was one of Zed's one of his mini achievements, I like to call it, ever since that day.
That was good. Jenny, absolutely amazing as always. Celadine, you did really well. I loved kind of feeling a little bit queenly in the War Council.
Yeah.
Don't know if anyone else noticed it, but I definitely did.
Very regal.
It was very much that delegating.
I did not expect for Roberto to be so good at negotiating a battle plan with the ships.
That was good.
And I'm not going to lie, I would not be surprised if, you know, the way we're all sort of organizing what we're going to do after the war is won. I would not be surprised if what Roberto did was he went on the ships to be able to get from country to country, not only playing music, but taking part as a pirate.
I could see that actually.
It's probably something that might occur because I'm just now suddenly had that thought with, you know, with the flags and everything. I'm like, maybe one of these days there'll be a ship and it will have the tankard and the two swords going to the flag.
There's no reason he couldn't become a member of the Blackened Hunters. I mean, they're a mercenary band of privateers, basically, but they have contingents.
It's probably what might happen because at that moment at War Council, the boss is like, Lana, what are you good at? And he's like, Nesvish, what are you good at? Right, we'll start the blockade. You come ramming in, you'll join in. So we'll gradually pincer them and then we'll trap them.
It was a very good thinking. Actually, a few things I hadn't actually thought about.
Flaming trebuchet.
I liked the orcs.
In the timeline, this battle with Richter's happening on the 4th, isn't it?
22nd.
22nd, okay, and is it the 5th of the next month that's Skura's?
No, it's the 5th of the 5th month.
Yeah.
Oh, so there's a big amount of time on the in-between.
Yeah, between doing this, you have 2 months until Scorer's promised attack date. And according to Blexington, Scorer keeps his promises.
If we're lucky, we can probably take the fight to him before he brings it to us.
But do we know where he is?
I'm assuming he's on his little island with his horrible little pets.
Well, they did say that's why the blockade has to happen. Because you can kill a load of elves, but monsters flying out from an island and coming in via water, that's a bit more difficult.
Don't necessarily have to kill them, only make the water and the sky over there inhospitable.
Exactly.
Nothing is going to willingly fly into death.
And you have been told, you actually do know that Braek is ruling out of Scorer's castle,
Which is in the centre of the island. So,
yeah,
basically we can just screw them up completely because it's a very narrow channel in which they've got to transport. So,
exactly.
Oh, I can't believe we're making depth charges.
I like it.
Yeah. Well, that's a new addition, and it's kind of cool.
So by diving bell, you mean using the diving bell beyond its point of pressure to explode?
Yeah, and then pack it with gunpowder.
and
That will work.
incendiary.
Ding.
Yeah. Suddenly it's a massive bronze grenade.
Yeah.
Any sea serpents in there are just going to get confused and hurt.
Any winged creatures or anything that then ends up being taken out of the sky goes into the water. If one of those things goes off at the same time.
Exactly.
It was a cool, but what's the way to say? Anything you learn about war, it is cool, but at the same time kind of gnarly, kind of horrifying. How depth charge actually worked. It wasn't the explosion that caused the problem. It wasn't the force outwards hitting a ship.
Inwards.
Yeah, it was when that came back in, the water pressure actually ripped parts off of the ship or the submarine, ripped panels apart,
Yeah.
which is why they blew up outwards.
Yeah.
What's that going to do to something that happens to be swimming past?
Yeah.
If it's something big, it'll just get dragged into that space, taking some damage, but that much damage will probably scare it off. These are just animals. That's what Scorer's army is. They're wild animals, basically.
And what I'm hoping is we can avoid killing them as much as possible because then we've got more of a negotiating point with him.
He's more likely to still help you, which he is still helping you
Here's
as
the,
much as he can.
here's the other thing, the chimeras particularly, they don't like loud noises.
They don't.
That's a very good point.
So, any standout bits for you guys? Any bits that you really enjoyed? Any bits? Yeah.
I think everything was just brilliant. There's nothing that really stands out. The whole experience is just brilliant. So.
Elijah.
Oh, that, Elijah.
You got to the end of that thread.
Getting a chance as well to have a proper chat with White Band and settle things to say, this is how we're going forward. It's no longer a if circumstances apply kind of thing. He is full on planning to join them in Vistalt.
Yeah, that's cool.
And the main thing that pushed it was Rachel saying, you had her say, like in one of our first winter sessions, that they needed a bigger house.
Yeah.
And it's like, right, if she's ready to uproot again, then yeah, so am I. Let's go.
I like that any single scene with Richter in it feels tense, even if you're just having a nice chat with him.
I do like that. I mean,
all that nice travelling with Zed, and yet the whole time I was really tense, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah.
Why did you think? Do you think Zeb was going to go at him or something?
No, I just
It was just
anytime that Richter is there, it feels tense to me.
It's the presence and just how he is what's intimidating. It's just that presence he has.
So I do have a question because I've just had a thought. Okay, so you guys are coming down tomorrow, and we're playing the Villainous tournament because it's been so long since we've done that.
Yeah.
Saturday, Strahd Marathon.
Yep.
When we finish, that's how it happens. Yeah.
Yep.
I was also thinking if we do finish Strahd with time, or we're up for it, how's playing some Jackbox?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yes, I've got the latest one too.
It's so long since we've had a Jackbox marathon. Also, we've got to celebrate you two Fox birthdays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, question is, do you want the presents tomorrow when we're all together for the first time, or do you want it Saturday, which is going to be your actual birthday? Nick and Chris and Dudley.
My
When are we
birthday
doing presents?
my birthday was on the 10th of January.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, but this is yours and Dudley's joint birthday as friends.
Okay, I tell you what if I get my gift when I first arrive, so that way it's just like, a belated birthday kind of thing, and then whenever we celebrate Dudley's birthday, we celebrate that big time.
We could do, but we've actually got a plan for the two of you on Saturday.
Okay.
How about
How about gifts on the Friday, and then we'll do the other bits on Saturday.
Yeah.
Yes,
I was literally thinking that as well. Do the Prezi stuff Friday and then everything else after.
perfect.
Okay. Yep.
I mean, it gives everyone a chance to appreciate them.
Yeah. And then I was going to say, obviously, you guys need to be off from. I know you guys need to leave on Sunday about 3 o'clock ish.
Is it 3?
Pardon?
Why are we leaving at 3 on Sunday?
Because they've Callan, Jenny, and Dudley have got a meal at Joe and Kess's.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's okay.
I was going to say, how does everyone feel about doing a morning session of 1E?
Yes.
Should we see how far we get with Ravenloft?
Okay, because I do want to still make the weekend more about Strahd.
Yeah, but because the castle is quite massive, and it all depends on where you go.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah. So you could always choose the right paths on the Saturday, couldn't you?
The only thing I'm thinking with Strahd is after we beat him, is that the end of it, or do we have to make that the last thing we do?
The ending Strahd technically ends the game. But I can even after you've beaten Strahd, I can still do a quick speed through with the things that you want to do in the meantime.
Yeah.
I mean, you said that there's things that you can do, but obviously, if you take care of Strahd, any of the constraints generally vanish along the way, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It removes his influence.
Strahd pate, yummy.
Yeah.
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 But then again, there's still fair things to do. So, anyway, do you want me to if we do finish earlier, do you want me to do the wrap up session then and there, or do you want me to do it the following week?
I don't know. Let's see how far we get through Strahd, because if we do want to make more big, because we're going to be playing it literally all day.
Yep. This is going to be a big all-day session again.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen?
How long did we play it last time?
Oh God.
So the Strahd game we only actually played for about 4 hours, but then we wound up playing Travels of Leyspark on the Saturday for 9 hours.
What?
Do we have a problem?
Yeah.
I thought we played the majority. I thought we played Strahd for quite a long time. I mean, we started in the morning, didn't we? About 9 o'clock.
Started at 9 o'clock, and then we stopped playing about 2 o'clock. That was it, because we went into town.
Yeah.
So we
did
about
so.
5 hours. Yeah. And then Travels of Leyspark on Sunday, we started that at. Did we do something? No, we did it in the morning. We started that at about 11, and we played that until 5. So that was about 6 hours, because you guys finished Fosco's house.
Yeah. We played that till you guys had to go.
Yeah.
God, that was such a good game, but my God, I fucking hate Fosco.
Yeah.
Everyone hates Fosco for that house.
Oh, I remember on the Friday we played Honey Heist.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did the Honey Heist as well. It was just now completely up in smoke.
I love that was able to fold that into the actual game.
It still works, because I mean, 20's that dumb, he probably didn't notice he turned into an owl bear.
Exactly.
Plus, it just
And
makes
it's
it
got
funnier.
And it's got
Imagine
that
tiny
image
picture.
of Eldon at the end of the night hugging an owl bear going, this
Yeah,
is
no,
my book, this dog.
I was just going to say, once we beat Strahd, the actual real final boss turns up. It's fucking Periwinkle.
Oh God, that's still an issue.
And you just see Alison's line.
You realise that Periwinkle is the enemy of Strahd in this game.
Yes,
Yes,
I
we
know.
know.
I know, it's in my notes. We were supposed to recruit him, but we very much can't now because of some people.
He's now the enemy of Strahd.
Oh God, is he going to join Strahd for the fight with us?
Oh, holy shit! Imagine that.
The enemy of my enemy.
Can we not substitute a different random orphan we found?
that you burnt down.
Oh, the one who came out to attack us?
Yeah, the one that almost killed you if you hadn't have run.
Yeah, the massive nephew of the shop owner.
Yeah, Chris, remember you hit 0 hit points.
Yeah, I remember.
And then you hid inside
My
just
lantern.
like this lamp.
Yeah, I remember.
It didn't go well.
Oh.
No, it did not.
No.
Oh God! Imagine the twist if Periwinkle actually got caught by Strahd and he got turned into a vampire by Strahd. So you just walk in randomly. There's this coffin, and suddenly you just burst through. Like, oh no!
Oh, come on, a big guy like him has been laid. He would be a friggin' what do you call the zombies that follow?
A prowl.
No, there's
Cool.
particular zombies that follow vampires after, like somebody who has slept with someone and they get bit by vampires.
Yeah.
Ghouls.
Hmm.
Is it ghouls?
Ghouls, yeah.
I thought it was a vampire's thrall.
No,
Thralls
thralls
are
are ones
twisted.
that they sort of half breed. They're not actual. They're not actual full-fledged vampires. They just have, they're sort of half vampire kind of thing. Whereas, or worshippers. But a ghoul is someone who has been bit by a vampire, but instead of turning into a vampire, they are impure, so they turn into
I thought a
rabbit
ghoul.
beast.
I thought a ghoul was just a kind of undead that can turn. Basically, it's a zombie. Ghouls and zombies working the same thing. Excuse me for a moment, please.
The problem is different laws, because obviously in D&D, a ghoul isn't something that's made by a vampire. A ghoul just exists. It's a corpse eater. Whereas a vampire thrall is a fledgling vampire in D&D.
It's why, isn't it in the first episode of Hellsing Ultimate, the vampire was going to befoul her?
So that she wouldn't come back as a vampire.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. So how's everyone doing?
Yeah, doing good.
I'm doing good, yeah.
To be honest, if we don't play Travis and Leyspark on the Sunday, because we actually don't have to, we can just chill out and play other stuff.
And we might still need to be doing Ravenloft, because from what I hear, it
yeah.
is quite a big
And to be
dungeon.
honest, I want to finish Ravenloft this weekend. But we can always play Travis and Leyspark on Tuesday, so double whammy. Fly into Vestalt, mini boss fight with Samson, boss fight with Richter. You'll be fine.
We got this.
We're going to kill him.
Yes.
I suspect
Thank
we
you.
won't feel good about killing him.
I hope it'd be.
Going to die today.
I mean, I'd hope it'd be nice, because to be honest, you're doing someone a favor. To be honest,
True.
you're doing exactly what he wants. Ooh, I've got prep to do tomorrow then.
It means that once we take him out, though, we then have to put someone on the throne at that time, don't we?
Yeah, literally instantly.
Oh God, what
Is the throne in the cathedral?
It will be, yeah. You guys ever played Dark Souls 2?
No.
Alright. You played Dark Souls 2, yeah?
Yeah, I didn't get too far in it though.
To be honest, the Temple of Bane is very much based off of Rock Queen Nishandra's throne room.
All right. Oh,
So it's that kind of structure where the throne is on the far end in front of a stained glass.
nice. I was getting thoughts, with Soul Calibur 3, where Sigrid fights Nightmare.
Oh, yeah,
I was thinking that kind of cathedral.
that's a good idea, actually, yeah.
Hello, little one.
How are they getting along?
Girls, they're doing fine. Pearl's quite fussy, and Diamond isn't running away as quickly.
No.
So it's a bit like in Skyrim, the Goldjeweler amulet, where you go into this sort of big temple with everything lining the walls, and at the end of it is just an altar and a throne.
Yeah. To be honest, you've actually seen it now, actually, with that vision that Helmgate gave you.
It's yeah, I know the one then with the blood stained thing at the end of it.
Yeah, the Claw of Bane.
Yeah.
Bane's colours are black, iron, and blood.
As long as she doesn't do a Sister Amelia, we're fine.
Oh, grill vessel, like after the fight, suddenly just the wall bursts and he's like, oh yeah!
Grover is the Kool-Aid man.
Yeah!
Right, deal with this now.
Yeah. Oh.
I'll try and find a picture of Nishandra, yeah? Nishandra Stone Room
Yes.
for you.
Thank you.
'Cause I know the one you're talking about, and that's ideal for the Temple of Bane, but
Or it would also be the boss room that you fight Ornstein and Smoen.
Oh, nice.
That's
Oh.
also kind of what I've got in my head.
I was going to ask quickly as well. Did we leave Chris's whiskey up there last time?
I
No, I don't think so.
I'm not
Bottle of Jack Daniel's honey?
Why? No, it doesn't matter.
No, I was just asking to see whether or not that was still up there.
Hmm.
I know I left the mulled wine.
Oh yes, that's where did I
Oh,
know
we
that's-
froze that because we can use it for cooking.
Yes. Yeah, froze it because it would have gone funny otherwise, and yeah.
Wait, you froze it?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. Do you not freeze red wine?
No.
You can use it for cooking because otherwise it goes off.
Oh, it does.
Yes, wine turns to vinegar.
Only if it gets corked, yeah.
No, it turns to vinegar if it's allowed to aerate for longer than, I think, 48 hours.
Oh, but those bottles weren't open.
One of them was.
It was.
One of them was, but the other, I'm pretty sure the other one wasn't.
Oh, yeah, the other one wasn't. That's downstairs if you want that back.
Ah, no, it's fine. I just wondered when they ended up.
But as for honey whiskey, I don't remember the.
Yes, I've not seen it anywhere, so.
No.
All right.
No, it's fine.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We must have misplaced it when we put things away.
No, I know I got through quite a lot of it, so there wouldn't have been like
Me and you were drinking a lot of that.
yeah.
Okay, in which case you may have finished the bottle. Okay, yep, no, that makes sense because someone did. If I recall, someone
Overdid it a bit.
Ill. To be fair, we were also drinking house wine.
Yes, I missed the house wine.
I'm not, and I've got it here.
Mm.
Well, I've actually got my house wine here. Nothing's been added to it for a while, but it's still pitch black.
Yeah, I think it stays pitch black. Actually, ours is more like brown amber.
Well, if you hold it up to the light, it's Maleficent green.
No, ours is kind of red.
Yeah, ours-
That's concerning.
Yeah, it's given
Yeah,
nothing red has ever gone into it.
Should I bring this with me?
Shit, it's not too bad.
Yeah, could do.
You guys can if you want. I've got the perfect excuse.
Oh yes. How have you been getting on as well? By the way, the time's fast approaching.
Yeah, April, end of April. Had the world's crappiest anaesthetist talking to me the other day about pain relief options, and basically she was a bit of a shithead who was seemed to be implying that literally I don't get a choice in the matter of what kind of pain relief I have. And when I mentioned, well, I'm really scared of needles, and specifically of needles being left in me, such as IVs and epidurals, she then made specific mention of how an epidural is a tube that is left in you. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's fantastic.
That said, you have spoken to the
Yeah, I've
midwife.
spoken to the midwife who has reassured me about 18 times that no, they aren't allowed to do anything to me. I don't want them to.
Yeah.
I'm aware
Okay.
it's something that might have to happen, but it can be my last choice.
Did they give you the gas?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to try. I wanted to try and do it with just gas and air.
Yeah.
And
Why
yeah,
are you going for, if you don't mind me asking, natural birth or cesarean? Is it?
I was going for a natural birth if at all possible, but again, I've not ruled out cesarean simply because
In an emergency.
in an emergency it might
Yeah.
have to happen.
Well,
Yeah.
it was the same with Danny. She wanted to go for natural birth with Lily, but after so much time, it just went. It was just prudent.
Yeah, it's the same with Aisling at the minute. Her baby's in the 5th percentile. It's growing now, but baby is small. Baby will be small.
So yeah, they might have to, but yeah, for preference, I mean, ours is looking absolutely bang on average. I mean, in terms of the measurements, when they give you the chart, it's smack bang in the middle on the average line. So
Yeah.
Yay!
I was talking to my mum about it yesterday actually, and she says the baby's already a little shit, and if this is the way they're going to be when they're born, I swear to God, because the nurse wanted with the scan to see how the back of the baby's head was developing.
yeah,
So she got Aisling to lie on her side, and she brought the scan around, and the baby flipped themselves over to the other side so they could see their face. And they went, right, okay, you're gonna have to turn to the other side. And they did the same fucking thing again.
yeah, they do
Get
that.
it off the table so they could get underneath to do it. And he was still trying to get away. And she's like, I swear to God, he can probably hear us. I'm saying he, but it's only because Mommy thinks it's a boy, but
Oh yeah. Does she not know?
not yet. No.
No,
She doesn't want to. You see. But
having a
yeah,
surprise.
El sorprendido.
currently, well, what is it? A baby at this point, because she's having the birth around the same time that you'll be having your baby.
Yeah, because it turns out both were pregnant at your wedding.
What was
Yeah,
in the
she said-
food?
It should be between 8 and 10 pounds at this point.
That's not far off what it should be.
Yeah, but it's not. That's what I'm saying. It should
Oh,
be
sorry,
right up that point, but he's just over 5 pounds.
Oh
Yeah,
dear.
that is small. Yeah.
Do they reckon it might be premature?
What they reckon happened is because she works in ICU and she was still having to do heavy lifting because the fucking matron wouldn't let her go on the desk work because they're bitches.
Yeah.
The sister, sorry, not the matron.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it caused problems. So umbilical cord probably getting tangled a bit, not getting as much nutrient and that as they should have. But yeah, that's just been it now that she's at home and she's on her leave. Everything's going much better.
Is baby getting bigger now?
Yeah, that's the thing that Mummy was telling me, is just she's no way she's actually very hopeful baby will be very well whenever born because they've gotten that much bigger from she's been off.
I'm going to say there's every chance of them having a growth spurt at this point.
Also,
Yeah, but that's the way it seems to have been because they've gone from being so much smaller and doctors going, oh, we'll need to see you every few days to a week to well, actually at this point you can just go back to how you were. So
Well, I mean, let's be honest here. If my friend's baby Winry was able to manage, and she was, God, I'm further along now than she ever got. So, and she was viable and is a perfectly healthy child now. So,
well, from the sounds of it, with how active yours is and how big they're getting, you're going to have a perfectly healthy little baby. And just as I'm going to do with my new niece or nephew, we are going to spoil them.
oh, yay.
Yeah.
When you two come over, I have got to show you the nursery because I've worked so hard on the mural on the wall in there, and it's taken me bloody ages, and I love it.
I've got to see it as well. So
And
when you see it, well,
the only responses are it's beautiful or get out.
Yeah,
that's the one.
yeah. Acceptable comments are positive only.
Yes.
Also, this child is not going to go cold simply because how many blankets now?
We counted at last check 12.
Baby's coming in April. 12 blankets. April.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got one for every month.
How did he get hold of 12 blankets?
We've got grandmothers who are not stopping knitting. I have told them we have enough blankets and they're not stopping.
Cute, sort of like cuddly dragons, then.
Oh yeah, my sister made a plushy dragon.
Which is adorable. And Kia got us a really nice leather jacket for them.
It's adorable.
It is.
Oh, hang on, I can send you a picture of the dragon plush actually, because I do actually have one.
Yay.
Because Jemmy was asking for pictures of the nursery.
What are you going to call it? Puff?
Funny enough, one of the blankets does have a Puff the Magic Dragon on it.
Yep.
No, Figment, sorry.
Figment, yeah. The purple dragon with the horns of a deer.
Picture,
I love that ride.
Picture. There we go. Sent it to the group. Ignore the mess on the table as well. I was sorting out their clothes at the same time.
Oh.
Emma made that for it, so she can't hate the idea that much.
You got my first letter pick.
Oh yeah, the first letter pick, which actually I need to get printed off, and we can frame that for the wall.
Yes.
My first letter from the
Yes.
kobolds.
Come on, then.
I need to ask Jemmy if she's got any ideas what she might want to do. I'll leave that just for a minute simply so she can enjoy her birthday week a bit.
That sounds good.
But yeah, nursery's just about done. Your mum's got the bassinet and she's doing that up for us.
Yep.
God, it's scary. It's getting close. We're going to be responsible for a human.
Yes.
Oh. What is it? You get that what is it Chris was talking about once, that when you have your wee baby, you get the mummy switch turns on, doesn't it?
Oh, well, that was that thing I was saying in the last session to you about the second that you see them, it's like the in your brain you will go, this is mine, I must look after it, and I will love it with everything. And the same will happen to Cal when he sees the baby. He'll just go, yes, I'm going to cuddle these both. Yes, they are mine. I will protect them.
Oh.
Yeah, baby and
Penny
mum.
as well.
Oh, baby and mum. I thought you said both there. I thought you were going on twins there. Whoa.
What is this whole thing about twins?
It's because we keep insisting on referring to the baby as a they, not a him or her.
I know.
Will you stop kicking me?
He knows we're talking. They know that we're talking about them.
Yeah.
Don't they
Get rid of
just?
that, keep that. Get rid of that.
See if I can even stand up.
The mini McKay.
Tiny baby McKay. Definitely tiny. Average size McKay.
Yes,
Not
that
10
one.
pounds like Cal.
I know.
How big was Glenn?
Glenn was a little
6 pounds.
Yeah. Glenn was a little underweight, but to be fair, wasn't he
He's
also
the
a
tallest.
No, he was on time, but he had meningitis when he was born, and he was
Yeah.
severely jaundiced. My mum's not good at kids.
But fortunately on my side, both me and my sister were bang on average size.
Yes.
And I even came at a convenient time.
Yes.
I didn't. I my mom kept going into do you know where you can go in and out of labour?
False labour.
False labour. She says that happened for about 3 weeks straight, and then she finally just went down to the hospital and said, "You're checking me in, and this baby is fucking coming out now."
I don't understand because everyone was born from their mums, but yet I was told I was born from the Cabbage Patch. Doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make sense.
Diamond.
You're a Cabbage Patch
A
kid.
Cabbage Patch.
And then the
That's fine.
stork brought the diamond to my parents,
Norfolk.
and it was a baby.
And the diamond turned into a baby.
That came out.
Our parents having a baby too.
That one.
No, and I was actually a month early. I was premature. I had to go into an incubator.
Oh. No, not baby in a fish tank.
Yeah. No, apparently I was making mum very ill. So
Well, with the way you get on, sometimes I reckon they accidentally put you in the incubator.
Jesus, Chris. No. Apparently, I was a terrible baby because I didn't realize I had a lactose intolerance when I was a baby. But thankfully, I grew out of that.
Oh God.
Yeah, so yeah, they kept trying to feed me, but I was just screaming and screaming. I was like, help, help, help.
Yeah.
I broke a nurse's record as well. Apparently, she had never failed to get a child to pee, but I was the first one.
Well done.
I remember being on
Yay!
Never failed to get a
Being
child to eat.
lactose
Yeah,
intolerant.
she
as
never
well.
failed to get. She was a nursemaid, so she'd never failed in the past to get a child to feed, and I was the first one to fail. Oh, no, I surely shouldn't be laughing at that. That's not an achievement.
Oh, that'll annoy her. Oh yeah.
Right, I'm gonna hit the hay. God, Matt, I guess that works now.
Yes.
Great game, man.
Great game. Cheers, man.
We will see you tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah,
We will.
see you tomorrow.
Just let us know when you guys are stepping off.
Yep, will do. I think we're aiming to head off between 2:45 and 4 o'clock. Well, I'm going to be there at 4. I'm going to be there at 2:45.
Okay.
So if you-
probably
Bye, guys.
a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep. Right here, guys.
Yes, awesome.
We'll make sure that everything is in here that we need.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I'll make sure to get everything together for what we need to bring up with us.
Yeah. And obviously remember your laptop so you can record the Strahd session.
Oh, yeah.
Awful if like the last session is just not recorded.
We did record everything now, haven't we?
No, the last session, so this weekend session.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right.
Radio, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you
Bye.
tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.